Hello, everyone. Hello, and hello. How are you guys doing today? Today is Black Friday, and I had to check and make sure we were live at least on most spots. Okay. Um, when I tell you it has been a very interesting conversation here, it's been extremely interesting with YouTube. Like YouTube always works, right? Like YouTube is we're OGs. We've been in this game a long time. But I've been on there a little bit less long on Facebook. So hello to Facebook. Hopefully that is are we live? Are we going on? What's happening on oh, we are oh my gosh, I am huge on Facebook. Listen, I am so sorry. I might have to figure out what I need to do over here on Facebook. Whoo, child, that's just going on. There's a lot happening. Anyway, so hopefully, oh wow, okay, guys, let me see if I can fix something on Facebook because it is not doing what it needs to do. It's not giving what it needs to give. It needs to be a little smaller. How about that? That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better on the Facebook. Okay, hopefully that'll fix itself. Whew, that's a lot going on over there, isn't it? Anyway, guys, we do this every year. Some of you guys may not have seen me every year, but we do this every year. And I love doing this every year because it gives me an opportunity to bring people to you that you might not normally get to meet, right? This year it's going to be a little bit different because what we're doing this year is we are actually going to have a lot of leadership discussion and things like that going on. Um, and I love the leadership training. You're going to get the chance between today and tomorrow to not only meet some of the spiritual, esoterical healers, journey, but you're also going to get to meet people that are facilitation managers. You're going to get to meet folks that are going to be able to help guide you through various life changes. We're all going through these stages, especially my Gen X girlies. We're going through these stages and these changes in life. And, we can always use someone to kind of that's been down that road to help us through it. And hopefully, over the years, you guys have figured out, just like I have, that having coaches or healers or people you can speak to, mentors, is so very important in our lives. And because we don't know everything, right? And I think sometimes having someone that's outside of your core friend group, outside of your family, outside of all, that's so critical to have that group of people here with you so that they can guide you and they can be objective, because sometimes our family can't see, there's blind spots because we've all been through the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a lot of things. Like, we have shared experiences. Friends don't want to hurt your feelings. It's a lot going on. So what I want to encourage you to do over this weekend, you're going to be able to come in and out and in and out, but what I want you to be able to do over this weekend is truly kind of get in, enjoy what we're doing, get to know some new people, take advantage of the gifts that we have available to you and that they have so graciously put out here. And I actually recorded something really quick. Let me post that up here. Let me pull it up here now, just a really quick video. And I'm going to play that for you guys on how you're going to get the most out of this weekend. Or maybe I'll just talk to you. Listen, how you're going to get the most out of this weekend is this. You guys, no matter where you're watching, no matter what time you start picking up watching us, right? You're going to want to go to blackfridayfestival.com. That is blackfridayfestival.com. And on blackfridayfestival.com, what you're going to find is this. So let me go over to that site. I'm going to share it with you guys. You guys know I love to share my screens with you guys. Okay, here we go. When you land there, you're going to see at the very top, you're going to see this, right? You guys have probably seen it already. But And then you could choose your platform to watch live. You're already watching me live, but if you ever want to get back in, come on back and do it. So what the next thing you're going to do though is you're going to click join the BFF 2025. Then you're going to get to choose your adventure. Okay. You get to choose your adventure. Now, all of us that are speaking today, including me, your hostess with the mostest, we have all put out there some free gifts for you guys. We have put out free gifts for you guys so that you would be able to, take advantage of some of the cool things that we have offering, and they're all resources for you to use. There's meditations, there's there's going to be worksheets, or there's going to be opportunities for you to learn something new, right? There's going to be resources of all different kinds. And so when you go to this site, what's going to happen is you're going to click on claim your free pass, and that's you're going to fill this out, and then that's going to take you to this page that I'm about to show you right now. It's going to take you to the general admissions page, and here we have all of the free gifts, and we're going to keep adding some up here, more and more of these up here on this free gift page. Okay, so the free gifts will be listed there, but also you're going to be let into a community. And let me go to your community because I want you guys to see that community as well. You're also going to be able to have access to a wonderful community, and it's called, of course, the BFF 2025. But in there also, you are going to gain access to, let me share this tab. Hold on, here we are. So you're going to gain access to this tab. And what this is going to do is it's going to give you access to all of the general admission, the free gifts here. You're going to be able to open it up and download them all. Okay. The other thing though, for $27, you're going to get access to the VIP gifts. And the VIP gifts are items or courses or that we have either sold, we're going to sell, like they are valued at least $200. So you're going to be able to get access to these VIP gifts. There's more that's coming. Mine's got to get put up here. We're going to working on that today. So you're going to get access to all that great stuff. So that's just $27. In addition to that, most of those free VIP gifts are opportunities to speak with one of us in a free consultative manner. So you do not want to miss out on that. And we're also going to have opportunities for you guys to come back and work with us even more. Okay, in the very near future. All right. So we got workshops and everything. Like this year has probably, I'm going to say it's probably one of the biggest years we've had. All right. One of the biggest years we have had. I want to say hello to Katrina. How are you, Katrina Taylor? Thank you. I want you here all weekend long. And I'm not doing readings today right now, but Katrina, you can reach out to me and we can schedule something. Okay. So today and tomorrow, it's really all about taking in information, allowing it to kind of resonate with you. Also, one other thing I want you guys to know about, I am going to then put these out there. In other words, I'm going to create a short run podcast of all of the interviews that we're doing over the weekend. So you'll be able to go right here on YouTube and take part in that and read, listen to the podcast playlist. So this is really exciting. You guys are going to be able to even interact with this and potentially get the VIP gifts even afterwards. Okay, we are starting every day at about noon 15, so 12:15. And I'm going to go on and get started now because I have our first guest in the green room waiting for us. And I'm excited. There's a new friend of mine that we have just met recently, but he is a very, very powerful person. Very, very powerful individual. Now, I hope that my sound is good. If you're watching on whatever platform, be it X, hello Facebook, hello LinkedIn, hello YouTube. I think the only one that's not cooperating with us right now is TikTok. It's their laws, okay? But anyway, Hello to everyone. So if you can hear me, just drop some hearts in the chat. I'll be able to see it. Our first guest today is a gentleman by the name of Daily Grace. Now, Daily Grace is a divine light energy guide who has assisted hundreds of people and guided healing sessions, and is a high vibration guide to aid in mankind's quest for self discovery, freedom, and peace. I need a little bit more coffee, you guys. I think I'm having some residual tryptophan from yesterday's meal. Anyway, but we are going to have Daily Grace here. I can't wait. You guys are going to love him as much as I do. He is hailing from Canada. Daily, are you ready? Wave to me in there if you're ready for me, Daily. Okay, he's waving. Here he is. Welcome to the platform, Daily Grace. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm awesome. Thank you very much. I'm sensational at 70.
That's right. It's Daily's birthday today. Should we do what we normally do on these channels? And should I sing happy birthday to Daily today? We'll sing it very quickly, okay? It's a little bit in the, not quite Marilyn Monroe, but it'll do. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Daily. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you
Yay!
very much.
70 more.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's right. Sensational at 70.
I love it. I love it. Daily, we just recently met, but you are just a fabulous and very interesting man, hailing all the way from Canada. We really appreciate you being here with us today. Um, how did we? I'm going to ask you this question because I love for people to let us know how they got to this space. How did you get to this space of becoming a divine light energy guide? And what does that mean?
Well, everyone has divine light energy streaming through them at all times. So when I say to people, you have superpowers, they don't believe it because when you experience it, and when you've experienced many miracles through many parts of your life, it's always the universe connecting to your universe within. As I discussed with you, and you can look up anything I say on YouTube and it'll verify this, you have 9 trillion cells. Think about that for 1 second. How amazing you are and your unlimited potential. Now, when you compare that to the stars in the Milky Way galaxy, which there are many, now to the visible eye from all parts of the globe, the maximum you can see is 9,000 stars. But you have 9 trillion cells. So look how that's a billion times more than there's stars to the naked eye that can be possibly seen, verifiable on Google. And in our galaxy, we contain 100 to 400 billion. They haven't quite figured out exactly how many, but it's in that range. And the most amount of stars that we've been able to ascertain in any galaxy is Andromeda with approximately 1 trillion. But you have 9 trillion cells. And the average galaxy is 100 billion stars. So when you consider that on 11/11/11, that's November 11th, 2011, we were birthed with crystals in between all our cells. So we potentially have 18 billion cells and crystals. So when you look at that, and the average galaxy that you can verify in Google is 100 billion stars, then you have more than 90 to 180 galaxies. of cells in your body. So when I talk about the universe within, and there's only 23 septillion stars in the whole universe that they've been able to gather, you have your own mini universe inside you. Each and every soul, 8 billion plus on planet Earth. And so when I came to this realization as I was growing up, and I had many indicators telling me that I was blessed, and they were always communicating with me various times, either through voices or actual experiences that I had happen to me. I didn't really get it until 11 years ago. A friend of mine was dying with cancer. He had an inoperable brain tumor, and he was given a death sentence. And at the time I ran into his wife, he basically only had another month and a half to live. And I started coming. She begged me to come and see him, do some light massage, because I can do light massage, and I do that for my friends. And I did that kind of work. And the second visit, I saw he dropped dramatically in the week from being able to walk with a cane to not being able to walk at all, moving his bed to the main floor, him only being shifted from his bed to a lounger. And they even brought in a hoist for him because he weighed close to 250 pounds. He's 6'3" man, and I'm a small guy. I'm 5'7" and a half. So here I am. I'm trying to find a way to help him. And I've known him for almost 30 years. We sold cars together back 40 years ago. The very same car that I bought this year is a Toyota. So, and, and so I turned around and I thought, well, I've got to do something to help my friend. The guides are speaking, and I started doing golden spirals. And it
Okay.
started to work, and I started to feel the dark energy coming off the back of his hand almost immediately. And I used my right hand. I was guided to do my right hand and just lift it up, just like galaxies move,
Ah,
like Andromeda in the Eternal Dance with Milky Way. They move in spirals,
yes.
and everything expands. And our galaxy is currently expanding to the day when it will merge in a billion years with Andromeda. And, you know, so what I found with the expansion of the golden spirals is the dark energy was being lifted out, and the tumor stopped growing because it was growing now at an almost uncontrollable rate. And it worked so well that he got off his morphine cocktail. He got on to Tylenol 3 once a day to half. I found that out a month later from his wife before Christmas. But at the rate he was going, he only had a week or two left. It was going so fast. He wouldn't have made November 2014. But it brought his appetite back. It clarified his eye somewhat. His eye was bulging, and because it was behind his left eye, in the back of his head. So I knew exactly where it was coming from. I could feel the waves coming up. And I also brought in divine light with the other hand in clockwise spirals, because when you pull out counterclockwise. If you notice a tornado, and I've been around a few, they move in a counterclockwise direction. That's the negative energy coming down counterclockwise. And negative energy, you want to pull it out counterclockwise and bring in positive energy down clockwise. And that's how the golden spirals work. And they can work for anyone around the world. I spent a lot of time investigating who I really am, who we really are. And I was asked exactly 1 year ago on my birthday when I turned 69 by Laura Lake, who runs a podcast and Amplify Your Voice with Blue Talks up at Halifax, Nova Scotia in Canada. And she asked me in 3 words, name what you are. 3 words, describe yourself.
Hmm.
And I said, divine light being. We're all divine light beings. We have to recognize our unbelievable potential that we can exist to help each other, lift each other up instead of pulling each other down, raise ourselves up to be amazing,
Yes.
incredible. Shine your light brightly like you are right now, Lisa. You are so awesome. I can see your soul sparkle and just illuminate. You are a beacon.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I love to, when I speak with people who have been gifted a modality that is unique to them and it is expressed through them in their own individualized right way. I love that because we all we a lot of us hopefully are recognizing right the interconnectivity and how we are all one, and we're recognizing how we're one with the universe and everything like that, and that yes there is intelligent design, but it is expressing itself in so many different ways. So I love to hear when just on kind of your own, if you will, kind of spontaneously. Some of us have studied Reiki and shamanism and all these other things, or, faith healing and Christianity, whatever modality it is. But then when we get to experience, when I get to speak with somebody that just kind of came to them, I absolutely love that. And I love the definition of who you are as the divine light energy healer. So I want to talk about now, you speak a lot about how we all have superpowers, which that's like one of my I love that, right? That's one of my favorite things to talk about is how we all have superpowers. Can But I feel like unless we are like really kind of within ourselves and we spend the time to kind of go within ourselves a little bit and be present with self, we're not going to be able to access that very easily. Am I right? Like we need to stay present. And how do we stay present in our being so that we can tap into who we are at that higher level?
Well, it's the simple act of taking a minute. You've heard that caption many times throughout your lifetime. Everyone has heard, let me take a minute. And what that means is the simple act of taking a minute to slowly and deeply take a 5 second in breath, pause, and then exhale for 5 seconds. What you focus on now is your own breathing. You're taking a minute for yourself, and it's your God given right. And if you repeat this 5 seconds in, 1 second pause, 5 seconds out, 1 second pause, that's 12 seconds. 4 more times is a minute. That's 5 times in a minute. And if you need 2 minutes, or 3 minutes, or four, five, or after a minute, you've had your minute, you got to go back to work or do something else, that's fine. But set your timer for every 15 minutes and take another 1 minute break for you. You are the most important thing that you'll ever encounter. And you have to take time for you, even if it's a minute at a time, even if it's 4 minutes in an hour, whether it's every 1 minute for and 15 minutes later another minute, and 15 minutes later another minute, and 15 minutes later another minute. You've taken some time for you.
Mhm.
If you're lucky enough to get 2, 3, 4 minutes, 5 minutes at a time, and do the deep breathing, what you'll find is that moment of clarity that you've been looking for. Oh, I'm sorry. The universe was calling, but I'm on many wavelengths. I didn't have my and because it's birthday, I'll get a lot of calls, but that one was different. Um, so what I'm talking about is when you're living in the moment and you're realizing that after that minute or two of silence but nothing but your breathing, you'll find out that anxiety, anger, hate, guilt, judgment, and shame from the past or the present, but definitely not the past or the future, but it's definitely not the present. The present is you. You're letting go of everything, all your worries, everything. You're breathing. You're taking that time to be present for you.
Hmm.
And the clarity that you've been so much looking forward to for so long now is enveloping your mind, body, and abundant soul. You
Awesome.
you are being present for you.
Yeah.
And we've heard so many speakers talk about breath work. It's so important. It's the first step, and it leads you to everything else. Now, the universe inside you and outside of you are connecting. You're speaking on a universal level. You're speaking cell to soul. Think about that. Nobody's ever said that. Cellular, on a cellular level, to your soul, to your higher soul, your highest one. And when you're in prayer, when you're in thought or in meditation, and meditation takes many forms, you are basically trying to connect to the highest part of yourself. And you have a God within, and you have that without. But at no time should you ever bow down to any other spirit, even your own. You should maintain that exalted piece of yourself
Hmm.
because you are the highest spirit and you're there. You have a seat at the table of the round of the ascended souls. And that's what many millions of people are looking for. They're looking for that ascension. Many people want to die because they believe through death they'll get to heaven. But that's actually not true. You can have heaven right now, right here, right in this moment. You just have to believe that you have that potential. You have that
Right.
ability to access it. And you can access it many different ways. I've got several different modalities to help me connect to the highest guides. And
Yeah.
they're with me speaking right now as I'm speaking.
Yes. So, and one thing I want everyone to know when you go to blackfridayfestival.com and you register for the free gifts, I showed you that earlier, you'll be able to then gain access to an excerpt that Dale has graciously blessed us with from his upcoming book. And it kind of goes into this a little bit, you get to experience him and get to experience this healing modality or one of the methodology and this teaching in a wonderful way because he's reading it for us. I want to though, but within that your books and you've spoken about the golden spiral and things like that. Can you go into a little bit for us, like what are golden spirals? Like what if anyone's not familiar with that? What are golden spirals?
Well, they're actually prevalent in nature. You can Google golden spirals and you can get a raft of information. When I was speaking at the Blue Talks Summit in Edmonton in July, I talked and I showed how I used golden spirals on my friend, and uh, and I actually showed them the golden spirals. And when I came the next morning to visit for a couple of hours, and here's some of my friends who were speaking, people that I just met the day before, I got a hug from one person says, golden spirals, come here. I was going to shake his hand, give me a hug. I Googled golden spirals, and golden spirals are so prevalent everywhere. And yes, they're in sunflowers, they're in all types of plants, and they appear as messages to us and they connect us to earth and the universe, and they're very much a part of it. So when I discovered it as through guidance from my higher guides to really use them, it was used to heal and to connect. And we are really very fortunate, and they're an essential natural technique for clearing and recharging your chakras, energy centers, and the cells inside a human divine light beam, and your auric energy field, just all the cells inside of you and your energy outside of you is all now connected. And it invites, because you've now created, when you use them on yourself or on your spouse or someone else dear to you or a friend or through an energy session with each other, it connects you and it creates a field of dreams like the movie where the spirits came in and transformed, and they were all 25 to 30 years old, and they were all young and in their best prime body. But I've actually had that happen in several sessions where past loved ones reappeared. One was now 96, and he came back as a 25-year-old. He was a football player wearing his uniform and tossing a football around and saying, "Say hello to Greg for me." He was right behind him
Wow.
while I'm doing the session. I've had
Wow.
that happen several times. A grandmother, a passed on daughter, and when you're in the divine state, divine things happen. We are
Hmm.
all connected, even to our loved ones who are not no longer in our physical space, but they are always with us as guides. They're always there to be able to access.
That is
Mediums.
lovely.
My wife is a medium, so I understand, the fact that, when my mother passed a few days later, she was calling out to me. I heard her, she heard her. And she's clairaudient, clair buoyant, transcendent. It's just she's got all the. She can see the auras. She can actually see if your energy centers are black or red, or if you're dying or not. She can look inside. All these things that when I have a play-by-play analyst every time I have the field of dreams.
That's handy. That is very handy. Um, so we have a few minutes left. So I want to be sure that we get to um the way that we can activate our cells, clear unwanted pain, discomfort, any restriction of movement, of kind of that dark energy, the blocked energy, the energy that's kind of causing us some issues. What's a way that we can do that, move that energy ourselves?
Well, the golden spirals are one way,
Mm-hmm.
and when I'm doing a full session, it's the golden spiral staircase, because I'm going from starting at your Earth Star chakra, and then I'll go through all the chakras in your body, including your high heart chakra, and that's the one chakra that's never talked about. That's where your unconditional love resides,
Mm-hmm.
is in your high heart chakra. And I'll go through all of them. Uh, when I get to go through your throat and your third eye, behind you, the closest transpersonal chakra of all is your causal chakra. And it's about
Mm-hmm.
4 inches behind your head. And it's actually where the universal mind communicates with you, with your there. And so it kind of goes here, and then it triangulates from your third eye to up to your causal, and then to your crown chakra. And it can also triangulate with your mouth and your throat chakra. And the mouth chakra is minor, but the throat contains your spiritual voice. So when you're going above you and you go to your soul star, it's 6 inches to a foot above you, and
Mm-hmm.
then your spirit chakra another six, and then you go on to there. When you connect them all, then you're clearing out. You can clear out through various minor chakras, whether it's your wrists, your hands, your feet, your knees, your hips, your all elbows, anything like that. Um, I had a session where I had to clear out, do all the major chakras, plus clear minor chakras in 5 areas. And a lady's deceased daughter appeared as well, so she got a bonus session there. And she had a daughter that had cerebral palsy and never spoke a word in her life and was bedridden, and actually appeared. So when I got to her third eye chakra, I saw her arms coming up in a hug because her daughter
Mm.
came into the session and started chattering like she'd never been able to speak in her entire life on a physical plane, but her spirit had lots to say.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So the other one that I want to quickly get to because you have a lot, I don't have a lot of time, is the double platinum power pyramid. So when I talked about, in the one exercise that I gave as my freebie for everyone, actually that's for the VIP. I did a reading for my first book, the Blue Talks 14 volume. I did the reading of what I had in the book. And this other one, I talked about the hand pyramid. Now, with the hand pyramid, you could actually separate the hand pyramid and individually pull dark energy out with your hands, bringing your hands and forming a pyramid on its own with your knuckles facing up and just lifting that pain off. Anyone can do this. When
Hmm.
you activate, and I'm fully activated, and people, some will be activated, some will have to work at being activated. You can pull this dark energy off and give yourself relief. And I do lots of push-ups and sit-ups in a day to keep young and healthy. I do 2,000 a day during the first 4 days. I end up with 12,000 at the end of the week. So I have to clear energy so that I can stay in optimum
Yeah.
physical form, and it's so easy to do this for yourself so you can pull this out. And what it does when you pull this out, it's like creating the light energy is able to clear this blocked energy out, and it really goes a long way to relieve pain, to relieve discomfort, and any disruption to
Yeah.
your energy field.
Yeah.
And that's basically, what I think we really need to look at is what can we do to make ourselves the best one. The
That sounds
disruption.
amazing. So we're gonna have to, unfortunately, we're gonna start wrapping this up, Dale. We could go on for hours on this. But guys, right across the bottom of the screen here is blackfridayfestival.com. Please go there. Please go on and register for the free gifts or the VIP in order to get that very powerful pyramid meditation activation clearing. You're going to need to do the VIP. It's just $27. It's not a huge investment monetarily, but it is a huge investment in your being and your self help and self worth. And there's so many more of those gifts as well. And when you do that, then you're going to be able to get into Dale's ecosystem. And as he then launches the book, publishes the book, as he does his memberships, as the next steps go on with Dale, you will be able to stay in touch with him as well.
You can call
Dale.
me Daily. It's okay. It's I tell you what, I left my wallet at the bank yesterday by
Uh-huh.
taking some money out,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't realize it till later in the day, and I went back to the bank, and they were trying to get a hold of me, and then I realized today I left my identity behind. I left Dale behind and moved
Wow.
into Daily. So, even
That's
though I had a
amazing.
senior's moment, you could call it, everybody does at any age.
Yeah.
I realized the metaphor from that is I was leaving an old identity behind
There you
that
go.
contained all of Dale's stuff. As
There you go.
Daily, I am stepping completely with your assistance into Daily Grace.
I love that. I love that. Daily, this has been absolutely fabulous. I so very much appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I
Thank
really,
you.
really appreciate you.
Thank you. And
And
remember, everyone, take a look at your frequency. Be in your highest frequency. Find the frequency that resonates with you. We're all made of vibration and frequency, and we have to find a matching one to it. And that's why I'm here with Lisa, because we match.
I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Daily. And enjoy the rest of your birthday.
Oh, it's been marvelous so far. It's the best I could ever imagine, and thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Well, we went right up. Listen, we're back to back, to back, to back, to back. I am absolutely thrilled and excited. If you're seeing me going around here, that was a great way to start, wasn't it? That was a fabulous way to start this all off today. Was with tapping into who we are, tapping into our frequencies, our highest frequencies of our highest good, our superpowers, all of those wonderful things. I just think it's great. And I am very excited that that's how we're kicking it off because all of our guests, and including yourself, even as our participants, you all have superpowers. We all have amazing powers that I don't think we realize sometimes how just valuable just who we are as a human being, as a spiritual being having our human experience here on the planet. Um, just how valuable you are. So if you get nothing else from today, I want you to for sure get the fact that you are valued. You are highly valued and you are highly favored. So we are going to bring up our very next guest. Our very next guest coming to the platform is a dear friend of mine that I have known for a very long time. Um, and her name is Carrie Terhark. Now, Carrie has done a lot of different things across her career. But when she reflects on her career, she sees a journey shaped by her deep desire to foster connection and build strong, empowered communities. From her early work in youth development, it gave her the firsthand insight in how vital it is to create spaces where every voice can be heard. And she's translated that deep desire, that incredible knowledge and wisdom into her actual her new career or her the career that she's doing right now, which is facilitation management training, creating spaces for every voice, whether it's corporate or any type of organization, be it youth and adults, but especially adults, because honestly, we don't hear each other very well, do we? You can just go on X, you can go on any of these social platforms and realize we're not really listening. We're kind of speaking to be heard and we're not waiting to listen and to understand. This experience then ignited her passion for facilitation, which led her to dedicate her life to helping organizations and communities collaborate and achieve their goals. So I want to bring to the stage now Miss Carrie Terhark. Carrie, hello. How are you?
Hello, hello, Lisa. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm still trying to figure out how to formulate words, it seems, but we're doing okay.
Yes, that's all right. That's all
I
right.
hope your holiday was good.
It was great. It was great. Great time with family and just pretty laid back.
Yes, awesome. So I gave a very brief introduction. Carrie, tell us a little bit about how did you get to this space where you are right? Like you've had quite the journey, and maybe we'll tell everybody how we know each other. But in a little bit. But you've had quite the journey to be where you are right now, which is a real powerhouse. And I feel a thought leader and a leader in the facilitation space. Can you tell us how you arrived here?
Yeah, I I was thinking about this a couple years ago when someone was asking me, and when in the moment it felt really random, just random things that I was doing that didn't really like, yeah, how did this, just like an accident, how did this happen, kind of like a Forrest Gump experience. You just kind of walk into places and things just happen, right? One of the things I worked in HR for a lot of years, and I loved HR. I loved the human aspect of it. I did some direct sales for a while. I ran the community coalition for a while. And just kind of through all of those experiences, there was something that was common, kind of this common thread, and it was to build skills. That was my passion, to build skills. And I feel like because I'm always looking to grow and to learn and always feel there's opportunities for me to learn something new. I'm never done. We're never done growing. We're never done learning. And just always had this need that when I learned something, I wanted to show someone else how to do it. And that has led me here, which is my job. I get to learn every day. I have an opportunity to learn from other people's experiences and then share what I'm learning with other people.
That is awesome. And I had the honor of being in one of your facilitation management, your public trainings, your public courses. It opened my eyes and gave me a vocabulary, a voice for what in the corporate world, what we had always called continuous improvement and things of that nature. And it gave a voice to it. It helped me make it make sense. And being a leader in corporate America, we're always looking to improve, and we're always, processes and we want everyone to get buy-in, right? We want the team to get buy-in. I don't care what organization it is. It could be your youth group, or it could be, whatever. We want that as a leader, we want the team to get the buy-in. But again, I'm going to go back to creating a space where they can actually give us real valuable perspective from them being boots on the ground and in front of everything. So can you give us a little bit of insight into what this magical voice that I'm talking about is? Like, what is facilitation management? What does it mean to create space for people to actually
I think you made it. You made the point that I'm really trying to make, in that it is the how to do any what, right? So how do we bring people together to listen, talk, and work together? How do we hear voices from those who are impacted? How do we hear voices by those who are doing? What are the outrings of our stakeholder impact? All of those things, all of those voices are important. But even internally, every voice in every step of the process has a different experience, both working and then both a life experience that they bring to whatever it is that we're doing. And it's really about opening up space for all of those perspectives. So when you talk about continuous improvement, it is the people part of continuous improvement. Continuous improvement is a great way to continue to stay relevant in whatever field that you are. And sometimes we get so caught up in the data or the outcome, we forget that there are people involved and forget to bring people on the journey. It is the same thing in healthcare. So when we're in healthcare, sometimes when we're looking to do, community-based care, and we're looking to make sure that we're serving the populations of which we serve, we need that voice. We need to know what that really looks like. And we need those experiences at the table. And youth as well. I did a lot of youth work, a lot of youth coalition work, and felt that too. So it was, who needs to be at the table and how do we give them space? And facilitative leadership is holding the space, not the content, where people have an opportunity to share their experiences, learn from one another. So my role is to hold the energy, to bring in exercises and tools that slow the process down. The way that our brain naturally processes information slows it down so that we're able to have a conversation around it, to learn new perspective, to get out of my one story that I know and to hear it from someone else, from another lens. And it is so helpful both in groups, when we work together in groups, but it's also really impactful when we understand it just from a personal leadership development.
Yes. Now let's talk about the elephant. One of the elephants in the room. I feel like there's a herd of them. But one of the elephants in the room I find for leadership, period, and I have been at various levels of leadership, is this kind of struggle with what real power is.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to have real power, to possess it? What does it mean to exert real power? Like, how do we do that in, as a leader? And I don't want to dive too deep into this because I want people to hear it from you. But there was always for me this balance or this dichotomy of, is am I being a leader or am I being a boss, and what that means differently, and how I'm again exerting whatever real or assumed power I have. And I know that's a huge part of the facilitation management process, right? Like understanding that. I'm gonna give you the floor on the whole. What is power? What are we doing? Like, talk to
Yeah.
me.
I I just have a really high goal of to have us rethink what we think leadership is. And just as you said, I think at one point we made this shift from management to leadership, but we took the power with it. And when we think of management and we think of leadership, we think of people in power, people who, a lot of times by role or by people who just by personality, maybe. And I'm really looking at what leadership means, and for me, it's a choice. It's a choice in how I show up. And when we think about power and standing in power, is not power over people. It is power over myself. It is controlling how I react. It is controlling how I show up. It is controlling anything in that I have the ability, right, in who I am as a centered leader. And I think that sets the tone and the culture for the whole organization. When everybody is able to come into a room and to know I'm not the expert in everything, I have something to learn from every person that's in here. I don't have to react to everything that happens in this room. I also know when this is part of my burnout recovery journey that I validate my feelings. They're real and they don't need to be fixed. And a lot of times I would feel something, and in the moment, like I'm doing all these things to try and fix it, to try and make it go away, to try and for me, standing in power means I feel it, I know that it's real, and it is, right? It's not something that I have to react to. I don't have to do things, because a lot of times my reaction to them impact other people. They impact relationships, they impact how I show up, they impact, right, how people are willing to engage with me. So, yeah.
Okay. I want you to go a little bit. The theme, guys, by the way, the theme for today um, is standing in power and grace.
Mm-hmm.
That's a mouthful in and of itself. Standing in power and grace. And we want to talk about that from a leadership perspective, but also, I guess, as one that is being led, because we're all leaders in our own way. But then there are hierarchical leaders, right, that are placed in positions of power. So I, I I think you hit on something that hit me. When you think about being a leader and acknowledging what you're experiencing and not having to react in it, I want you to go a lot deeper
Yeah.
into that, because even as a leader, let me tell you something. If somebody ticked me off, now I'm a lot nicer now. I mean, I don't know. You could ask my kids, so they might tell you different. But I'm a lot calmer now than I was in my 20s and 30s. Because when somebody would do something that I felt was disrespectful or insubordinate or whatever, you know, I'm reacting. And I still see that happen today. I'm going to stop talking. What does this mean? What is this? How do we do this, Carrie? How do we do this? Help us.
I talk about this because I am a practitioner and that I'm learning every day. I'm practicing how to do this. Some days are way better than others, and you can also ask some of the people that I work with and my family as well. But one of the things that I think has been really different for me, I really talk about that real power, it does not come from control, it comes from centeredness. It comes from here, right? And a lot of it for me is just, it was building confidence in myself and understanding who I am and what my values are and what I'm willing to do and what I'm willing not to do. And the better that I got at that, the better that I felt about myself and being centered, the less that I fell into the trap of somebody saying something and then getting into this drama wheel where now I want to engage in that. That made me mad, right? Or no, I didn't do that. Or whatever it is that before would just immediately snap my fingers, and now I'm engaged and I want to argue this point, or I want to prove to you something, because now I don't believe that I need to prove it to anyone, because I know what it is. I know that I'm not perfect. I know that I'm not expert in everything. And I know that I bring value in every situation that I'm in. And I think for that, just understanding that for me was really, really important. It's really that courage to say, I have discipline. I have that courage to step in and say, this doesn't require my energy right now. And understanding how valuable and how important and how influential our energy really is. And again, there are times when I do, and I have that immediate response, and somebody can say something to me, and I'm in their face, and I want to talk about it, but I also recognize, which maybe I wasn't recognizing before, the impact that had, and I'm able to kind of reel it back in, kind of slow myself down and say, okay, I apologize. That didn't require that response. And I'm also really good about holding myself responsible or accountable to that, and taking a couple of breaths and being able to say, you know what, I'm not going to respond to you that right now. I need to think about it. Because I think before, in our classes, we talk a lot about there being microwave thinkers and crockpot thinkers, right? Crockpot thinkers take in a meeting, they want to simmer on everything. They want to marinate it until everything is perfect. And then they want to offer their input. A microwave thinker, which is how I am, I'm auditory, right? So it comes in my head, it comes out my mouth, and it's half baked. It's a hot pocket. It's still cold in the center. And I'm just as surprised as everybody else about what comes out of my mouth. And I have had to learn the discipline of leaning into being more of a crockpot thinker, to be able to say, okay, not everyone needs to hear what's in my head right now. Let me process this and let me see how I want to respond, the energy that I want to put into it. And even if it's something that needs to be done right now, or if it's something that really a conversation is warranted later. So, yeah.
My first time streaming. Okay. So as those of us who are microwave thinkers, I think maybe you could also use the analogy of a popcorn thinker, because literally it'll, I get steamed up and then here it goes. Now everybody else, let's all scramble so that we could get this done. In knowing, just identifying literally how you think and how you operate, and being able to embrace others. If you're someone that is in a position of power, though, and you're a microwave thinker, and you have a couple of crockpot thinkers on your team, how does one manage to not sit here going, could you please, you know what I'm saying? And giving off that energy, right? I gotta imagine that probably makes people feel really icky when I think about it. How maybe I might not say it, but my presence was it. Yes. Could you just hurry up, please?
Yes.
How do we manage that? What is your viewpoint on that kind of, how does that affect the team?
What, and I think it starts with self-awareness. It starts to understand that one, I am a microwave thinker, and I now understand that not everyone is that. Not everyone thinks as fast as I do, and not to say that because I think fast, my ideas are good. They're not, right? The majority of the time, when a crockpot thinker comes into the room and they bring something that's like, wow, that was so much better than anything that I was cooking around in my head and all my half-baked ideas, right? But it is this power and this idea that we are better together, that I know and understand what my strengths are. I understand my limitations. And because I'm confident in that, I'm willing to give people space because I know they have the same, right? I know that they have strengths. I know that they also have gaps, and I want to empower them to bring those to the table. And sometimes that requires me to step back. Sometimes it requires me to go slow. And I say often that, we have to go slow to go fast. Because if I am going microwave speed because I'm direct, I'm a direct leader, I want things done now, we get to implementation of something and something doesn't work. And then it's like, oh, well, we forgot 4 steps because we were so fast to get things done that we could have thought about this unintended consequence, or we could have thought about the root cause of what something was happening had we slowed down and had that conversation. Because somebody was like, yeah, I saw this coming a long time ago, but there was no space for me to bring it up. So we have to be able to slow down to go fast. On the opposite end of that, we don't want to slow down so much that we're not moving at all. So this is a compromise. This is where we have to figure out for our group, for the people in our group, what makes sense for us. And one of the time when I work with groups, one of the first things that we do is that we're creating that common language to be able to say to one another in a way that it's not confrontational, to be able to say, you know what? I feel like in this meeting, we're moving really, really fast. I feel like there's something that we're missing. What might be missing here? Like, I see where you want to go with this, but I feel like we might be missing something. So we want open-ended questions. We want questions that are going to engage all of the different thinkers and processors and communicators that we have in our room. And that is facilitation. Facilitation is bringing the process that gives space for each one of those areas to come in and to think holistically and not just from one perspective. And it doesn't take a lot of time once we put it into practice. It just becomes naturally how we have conversations, because it is the way that our brain naturally processes information anyway. We're just slowing it down. And when we're able to have that shared language, and I can say to you, you know that I'm a processor, and I can say, oh, Lisa, hold on just a second. I feel like we're missing something. You can have grace with me, which is that other second part of that, right? Because now you know your own awareness and your strengths. And now we've had this open communication where you know mine. This is the second part, standing in power and grace. So you'll be able to know, yeah, we're going to mess up, or we're going to go too fast, or I'm going to look at something and say, I don't know why we haven't done this already. And then having grace to say, maybe we need to step back and think about it again. Maybe we messed up. Maybe I want you to try it, and just give you the courage to say, as a microwave thinker to a crock pot thinker, man, I just want you to be brave, step in and be courageous, throw something on the wall, try it out. And it's okay to fail. Like, I'm not expecting perfection. I'm expecting something that we can work on and improve. And I think for a lot of processors who really make decisions based in data, sometimes they need some permission to say, we're not looking for perfection, but we need something on the table so that we know what we're working with and we can fix.
So let's explore the grace concept here a little bit. I'm going to go back to power in a minute, because this is a delicate balance, but there's power within grace. So we'll get to that too. But let's get to the grace portion of it, because I'm just going to speak as a leader. And even as a leader, having my own, being an entrepreneur, being a founder and all these things, and wanting to empower people to live their purpose and to prosper in that purpose. What is your or one of your recommendations for a leader that if we try to give the grace to execute and implement and just try it, sometimes some of us can get really frustrated because the person doesn't try. Or maybe they don't try in a way that we perceive they're trying. And so now we're in this nasty little spiral. So, can you talk about how a leader, a microwave thinker, can give grace effectively, perhaps, to the crowd, or I don't, or another microwave, like to their
Yeah.
team? It
Yeah,
doesn't matter, right?
sometimes two microwave thinkers just is even a worse scenario, right? Because now we're not listening to each other at all. Right now we're just both popcorning out ideas, and one of us making caramel corn, and the other one's making, you know,
Cheese corn and not realizing they can go together quite nicely.
exactly. Yeah,
How do as leaders, how do we give grace? How do we do that?
for me, it starts even before we get into that space, and it's really about creating that organizational culture. How are we going to work together? If we know that we each have different strengths, we know that we all have different experiences that we bring to the table, and we believe that they're all valuable. We believe that everyone has a voice, and we want to work together. We know that what the common goal is. How are we going to do it? And when I come into an organization that's really trying to figure that out, after we understand individuals, we create those working agreements. What does it mean for us to be a high performing organization? What are we all shooting for? What is it that we can say we're living above the line, right? And accountability to say these are the things that we feel are above the line, and how we want to communicate, how we want to work together, how we want to hold ourselves and each other accountable to the things that we have. And then what are the things and the actions and the behaviors that kind of fall below that line? And if we can create those together, those co-creation, and we don't have to call people out, but we can use it as a way to reflect how we're doing as a group. So in this situation, are we responding in a way that we've agreed is above the line? Are we agreeing, or are we waiting for someone to come tell us what the next step is? And does that fall below the line of our accountability? It's a great way for self-reflection. It's a great way to track team progress. And it's just a way to open up that conversation to say, these are the ways that the things that we needed, the behaviors and the actions that we agreed upon that were going to be important for all of us to have success. The second part of that, I think, is understanding both your organizational values and your individual values. So understanding, I think a lot of people say that they know what their values are. But when we start to have the conversation, we realize that, I'm not even clear what my values were when I started my business. I thought that I did, but when I really sat down and thought about it, they were much different. I shouldn't say much different. They were pretty close, but there were some things that I really realized that I valued more than other things. And I assume that everyone has those same values, or I try to hold other people up to my values. And then when I have a conversation with them, I realize that we don't have the same values, right? There's something that's a little bit different. And then, so what does that mean for us? I think sometimes as leaders, we set our expectations to my expectations of how I treat myself. And sometimes we don't even treat ourselves to that. But that was a sharp learning in my own coaching when I was setting my values, and my coach asked, how do you show this to yourself? And then, is it realistic to ask somebody to show you that when you don't even know what that looks like to you? So,
Wow, that is very, very interesting. That one hit when you don't show up for yourself in the same way. That one definitely hit. Before we go on, I want to be sure that we understand. Guys, go to blackfridayfestival.com. You're going to get used to hearing me say this all day. blackfridayfestival.com. When you go there, I want you to click join BFF. I then want you to click on at least registering for the free resources, the VIP resources worth hundreds of dollars. I swear to you, they are amazing. Those are just $27. But when you go to the free resources, Carrie created something special just, well, it's debuting on the BFF 2025. So I'm honored because we got the
Yeah.
debut.
Yes.
And it is a workbook, a few worksheets in here that are based standing in power and grace. And you can go through some of these processes and go through some of this like self-awareness exercises to really learn and integrate within yourself how you can stand in power and grace in leadership, because I think all of us need a little bit of that in our own lives. So be sure you go there, and we'll talk about what she's granting to the VIPs. Um, so there is a bit of a question, and I want to see if this kind of, if we can roll this in here. There's a lot of clouded information that's true and not true. It kind of gets mixed up, especially when it comes to the media. And
Yeah.
so, how do you handle the amount of information as it's coming in, and processing it, both in your me, because that we can't act like our personal lives and what we take in doesn't affect, especially generationally. I think this is a great spot to put this in, right?
Yeah.
Because the Gen
Yeah.
Xers, we can look at the Gen Zers in a different way, like, "Meh," and even the millennials, right? We're like, "Meh," So how do we take in all of this? How do we process that information?
I think this is a great question that kind of opens the door to understand how each as individuals we approach situations. I can only make decisions really based on what I know, I understand, or I've experienced. And it's really hard for me to make a decision on something because it's all filtered through my lens, right? And we're all wearing different lenses the way we see that the world is. So example that I use in our courses is we take in information, data through our senses all of the time. I mean, billions of pieces of data, millions of pieces of data every second. We're just bombarded with information through our senses. When we see, hear, touch, taste, smell, right? We can only process about 40 of them. And the same 40 that I'm processing are probably not the same 40 that you're processing. And then we think about what's possible, and then we make a decision. Happens like that, just over and over and over again. So Lisa, if you and I are walking down the street and we smell fire, we smell smoke. For me, my reaction to that is, smells good, right? It takes me back to a memory of sitting at a fireplace with my dad, drinking hot chocolate, and we're really young, watching football. For you, if you've experienced a house fire, or you're a firefighter, or you associate that smell with trauma, right? That your memory there is what you think we should do is going to be very different than what you think I think we should do. And what we end up doing is we fight about whether or not the fire is good or bad. Because I'm telling you, I don't understand why you're reacting like this. This is nothing to react to. It's fine. So what? Who cares? Move on. And you're like, I don't understand why you don't see the emergency in this, right? Rather than understanding and backing up and saying, okay, what was your experience with this? And you say, wow, I had to evacuate my home, or we lost our home in a fire. And I say, oh my goodness, right? I didn't think about it from that lens. That was not my experience. I'm coming from a place that brings me comfort because this is my memory. And you're like, oh, yeah, I can see that, right? Now I have perspective. Now I get to make a decision, not based on my own experience, but a combination of both of ours. And when we do that as a group, when we take in more and more information, now we're having this conversation and we're learning. And now what the innovative and creative ideas that we have are so much bigger than just from my own lens. And I think as a society right now, we have to stop being online in our social media and go knock on our neighbor's door and have a conversation, right? And we need to go to our community centers and ask where people need help or hearing about people's experiences rather than taking things through another filtered lens. So I people ask me all the time, and we're in conversations, and how do you handle when everybody's exploding and whatever? And I said, it honestly doesn't happen very often, because when we're face to face and we can go through a process and we understand that each experience has value because it is yours, we can start to open up and kind of lean back. Like I can validate that my experience is real, and I know that it's not yours, but I know that you're hearing me. I know that you heard me, and so I'm okay, and I can kind of relax, and that starts that power and that grace, right?
And
So
we
it's
don't
not
feel
about pushing through the door. It's about understanding the power that I have, and if I come from centeredness, I can open up the door to so much more.
and we don't feel the need to be right. Like I think that
I
we
don't need
have
to
to
be
give
right.
up this absolute need to be right, because our level of right, or our right, is based on our perceptions, our life experiences, and how that's formulated the lens, and our willingness to listen to somebody else's experiences, and acknowledge that their experiences are theirs, and it doesn't have to be, and probably won't be, the exact same as ours. I don't know when we lost that capability to just like enjoy each other's
Yeah.
company and just enjoy learning about how we grew up and how we, or whatever it was that we were experiencing. um and how do you feel like that, because I feel like what happens is that we are so much on social media, right, and we're taking all this stuff in, or even just the regular news, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. But
Yes.
anyway, we get all this stuff coming at us, and because we end up in an algorithmic echo chamber, we then take that into the workplace. So I'm going to view a certain group of people in a certain way because I'm in this echo chamber over here. How?
And you just gave up your power.
Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, talk to me.
Yeah,
Talk
because
to me.
who's influencing your decisions? It's that echo chamber of social media news that's making your decisions. That's choosing how you show up and the energy that you bring. It's not yours. You're being told. And there's nothing more that I hate this being controlled. My husband will always say, if you want Carrie to do something, tell her she can't do it, right? So it is, that's the where the power is. The power is saying, I have it. I don't need I don't need somebody else to tell me how to think or how to feel. I know that my experiences are real. I know that I bring value, and I'm not afraid to hear it from somebody else, because I also know that their power is real, that their experiences are real, and that they're coming in. There's nobody walking around on this earth who is like, I'm doing all the wrong things and I'm going to make sure you know about it. Like, everyone thinks they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And what happens in this cycle that media tells us to is that I'm being upset by hearing that from somebody else. I'm letting somebody else's experience fire me up, rather than it being, I that's not my experience, but I'd like to hear more about yours.
Wow. And that is truly reclaiming and exercising power, when you can come outside yourself, right, and extend that hand. I want to understand. I want to work with you. Um, okay, then let's take that part and then translate that into, now how do we take that and then show the grace, right?
Yeah.
How do we remove all this angst and anger?
And I think the grace starts the same way the power does. I have to give it to myself first.
Mm.
I have to be able to say, like, oh, yeah, I messed up with that. That's not okay. But I'm okay, and I'm
Mm.
gonna learn from it and do better. Um, and so one being able, I think it's everything is a muscle, right? It's a muscle to be able to say, the more I can show myself grace and I'm not afraid to do something, that
Mm-hmm.
I'm approaching life with courage. And I
Mm-hmm.
know that it's not going to be perfect, but it's an opportunity for me to continue to learn. I think we show
Mm-hmm.
ourselves grace in that. And when we're able to model that, I don't know that it's necessarily grace is something we force on other people. I think we model it in how we show ourselves, and we model it in how we walk into a room. And people can feel when we're open, when we walk into a room, or we're just saying, I'm meant to give you grace.
Mm.
For me, it's all about energy. It's about knowing when I walk into a room, like, hey, that's cool.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's amazing. Okay, so for you, yes, it is all about energy. For all of us, it all is all about energy. Um, can you express, because typically in organizations, again, for profit, non, maybe a little bit less than non for profit or whatever, but definitely for profit folks, it's you talking about energy, then they're just like, oh god, crazy.
Mhm.
How do we how does this intertwine into everything? Like, what do you mean by I'm gonna walk into a room and this is the energy I'm gonna project or pick up on? What does that really mean to you?
So let's start from a CEO perspective and being able to say what my goal is for our organization is that I want I want productivity, right? I want people to be working and that we're getting to an end product. We have a really great ROI and that we're not spending time, effort, and money in constant turnover, right? Those are the things that we want in our organization. We want people to do those things. In
Mm-hmm.
order to do those things, we have to have a company culture that supports that. That is a place that people want to be a part of, that people are waiting at the door to get into, and people that believe in the larger vision of what we're doing. In order for people to do that, they have to have space to be able to walk into a room where they can share their own insights and not be afraid to buck the system or to push back on something. There has to be a system or a way for people to give insight from all areas of the organization and the external factors of the things that are going on. And again, it all comes down to, for me, facilitative leadership, because facilitation is the process that helps people listen, talk, and work together. And so when you can bring processes in, because a lot of times as leaders, we say, I want your input. We're going to bring in people, who are at ground level. We're going to bring them in, boots on the ground. We want to hear from their experiences. We're going to bring them in, and they start talking, but they don't trust me, or every time they say something, I'm going to defend my position as a CEO. There's no trust built there. Then it's like, why did you even bring us in? And if I have an
Mm.
organization that asks me to come in to say, you know what, we've made this big change in our organization, and we want you to come in and facilitate and basically convince them it was a good idea. So we said we would get their input. Want you to come in. I won't do that because the decision's already been made. Right? These aren't check marks to say that we get people's input. This is a process. It's part of how we work together. It is ingrained in the conversations that we have, from one-on-ones to team meetings to our external stakeholders. So it is a whole culture shift and understanding how we're going to get the most productivity, to have people who want to work here, that see the larger vision, see themselves in the vision, and have ownership in what we're doing. And if your organization isn't interested in that, if your organization is, I as the CEO have a vision and I just need people to fall in line and do the things, there's nothing wrong with that. You're just not going to use facilitative leadership.
And I mean, that perspective, yes, there's nothing wrong with that, but that's rather outdated. And you won't get you I shouldn't say that. Your company may end up doing well, but you're going to end up with high turnover rates
Yeah.
for sure, a lot more than normal, I think. And I don't think that you're going to end up with people that will um they don't have buy-in, so they don't really have a stake in anything. So they're going to be very transactional,
Mm-hmm.
and understanding that yes, it is transactional by nature, but it doesn't have to be completely transactional. People can, and we should want them to believe in what they're doing on a day-to-day basis,
Yes.
so that
Yes.
they have, because they spend more time with us working, right, than they do with their own family.
Yes. And you made a comment earlier about this is also what's important about the generational working environment. And I think when I came into the workforce, you and I both Gen X, right, came into the workforce under boomers who, you fall in line. This is you start by pushing coffee and then you work your way up. And that's the way that I did it. That's the way that you're gonna. And sometimes as Gen Xers, we also have that mentality of, oh, I figured it out. Nobody cooked lunch for me, but I'm still here, right? So we kind of have to let go of some of those things. And I catch myself all the time. I'm proud Gen Xer. That's fine. But now we have generations of people come into the workforce that had a totally different childhood experience than we did.
Mhm.
And what they can offer, we almost have to like flip this mentoring so that it is both ways, right? Because there's so many things, like I'm still doing Excel in the old fashioned long, whatever. And if somebody looks at behind my looks over my shoulder and is like, what are you doing? Like, this is taking so much longer than it really needs to take, right? So it is, facilitation also offers that experience to mentor from both sides. It gives insight and perspective and learning from all areas. And it is really important as we have this workforce of people who have maybe a large gap, especially in technology and efficiency of work due to technology. This is a great place. Facilitative leadership is a great place to offer space that doesn't make me as a Gen Xer feel less than, and also doesn't require me to teach everything.
I think that's such an important, like the underlying current of that is, as Gen Xers, leaders that we came up through the corporate or whatever system, the hierarchical system of leadership and organization. If you didn't know something, that was a sign of weakness
Mm-hmm.
and a sign of powerless, or being not having as much power. So you basically, I mean, what was one of our famous sayings is fake it till
Fake
you
it till
make
you make
it.
it.
Some of us faked a whole lot. Listen, I faked a lot. A lot.
Whole decades of faking.
But we made it. But anyway, but that's not healthy, and it's not healthy to be like. I don't remember when it came about that I finally figured out that it was okay for me to say I don't know, but I'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure when that happened, but somewhere along the line it happened where I was like, I don't know, and I'm okay with not knowing.
And I
You
and
know.
I think as Gen X and even millennials leadership, as positions, CEOs, executives,
Mhm.
I think being able to say, I don't know, and I'm going to bring somebody on the team that does. So it's now looking at that and saying, we're going to, the magic that we have is that we have people that know a lot of different things. We don't all have to know the same. Our all resumes should not look the same. We should have skills and experiences that are very different, and that's what's going to make us great.
Yeah. Before I don't want our time to go away without me saying this. When you guys go to blackfridayfestival.com, Carrie's VIP gift is to be able to get a little bit of time on her calendar to talk about potentially bringing her in to your organization, or I added on there, maybe even coming to a town near you,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
to do one of these public courses that she holds for facilitation management. Can you talk a little bit about what that could look like? Both work, like potentially bringing you into an organization to help that organization grow and learn facilitation management, or what would a public, like if I wanted to bring you to Greensboro, what would I need to do?
Yeah, we'll start with the public one first. If
Okay.
you if you want to bring me, we have a lot of different facilitation courses. We have our basic course, and it is the top facilitation methods, technology of participation, top. It is taught throughout the world, and I am a mentor trainer there. So if you want to bring that license course, I have some custom courses that are kind of the essentials to facilitation, along with some liberating structures labs where you get to practice. All of it is practice based. You learn something, you have an opportunity to practice. If you want this to come to your hometown, somewhere near you, you can host. And in order to host, we connect. You help me find some space, maybe provide some snacks, and then help do some recruitment. And that is just a shared collaboration that we have to have bring those skills into your area. If you would like to bring me internally, which means maybe you have, 7, 10 or more people within your organization that you're like, we just really need to understand how we communicate together, what the gaps are in our strengths and maybe some areas of improvement. I have some tools that we can do an internal session. I use Lumina Learning, which is a personality assessment, and it's a real holistic view and doesn't put people in a box. It gives us the opportunity, and we know that we can do all things. Some things just take more time, effort, and energy. So we can do a Lumina assessment, one-on-one coaching with your group, and then come in and do a team session and just understand, create that shared language, create those working agreements. How are we going to do this as an organization and hold ourselves to accountability to that? Then there may be, we want to do as an organization, we really want to move into a facilitative leadership culture. What does that look like? You and I can customize a whole journey that maybe lasts a month, maybe it lasts 2 years. But what that really looks like as an organization, we can customize that for you as well.
That sounds awesome. Guys, this is going to be, let me tell you something. Either way we do this, either way you do it, it is an amazing, 2, 3 or more days, in order for you to gain a set of skills. I can't, the only way I can describe these set of skills is facilitation management skill set. It was life changing for me. And the reason why it was and I'm not being hyperbolic, the reason why it was life changing for me, because it was another way for me to finally release having to know everything, having to be the one to come up with all the ideas, having to be the one to come up with the only plan. Like, it literally different. Right.
And when you do that, right, when you have all the ideas, you have all the answers, you have all the plan, guess who gets to do all the work at the end of the day? Let's stop doing that.
Which was a problem, right? Like, literally, like, oh my God, I don't even. Yes. Now, again, I'm reliving these conversations I was literally having yesterday, after Thanksgiving dinner with some folks. But you take on all this stuff. So whoever's burned out, you mentioned something about overcoming and burnout, right? A little while ago.
Yeah.
If you're feeling burned out as a leader, as an individual, period, right? Because even if you're not a leader in your organization, again, there are ways to even lead from kind of behind, and that could, or encourage everyone to kind of get into this mode. But if you're experiencing burnout, it's because you're trying to do too much on your own. You're literally trying to do too much on your own. And especially, I'm going to talk to my entrepreneurs, or those that are about to become entrepreneurs. You might want to gather up some folks together and bring Carrie to your city, because as an entrepreneur, especially when, I don't care if you've got 1, 2, or 20 people that are working with you, you're so used to doing everything yourself that you forget how to delegate.
Yeah.
And I can tell you 5 years later from being in this entrepreneur world solo, right? On, on my own, like really full time, the quickest way to burnout is to just to continue to do everything on your own and not delegate a God blessed thing. That's the quickest way to closing up shop and heading off and going back and entering whatever world it was you came here from.
Yes.
And you'll get frustrated and you'll be irritated and you'll be upset and then you'll look at yourself like a failure. Like there's so many layers to that. You gotta learn how to delegate. You have to learn how to lead from a place of I don't know everything and I'm really okay with that right now.
Yeah. And that's empowerment, right? That's empowerment to the people that you work with.
Yes.
Because I'm not waiting for somebody to tell me what to do. I'm being asked to engage and to help be part of whatever it is that we're working on. So
Yes. Yes. I love it. Okay, we have just a few more minutes. Where do we want to go from here, my dear? Where do you want
well,
to, what
I
do you think to
yeah, I
share?
just want to say that connect with me because Lisa is helping me. We have some amazing things that are coming in 2026. So good. So good. So many things that are coming that are going to be launched in 2026. You can catch me at a couple of places that I do train often are Cincinnati, Kansas City, and Madison, Wisconsin. So you can usually find me there. But you can go on, follow me on socials, and you'll see what those places are. But I will go. I will travel anywhere, and we have some amazing announcements that are really going to be helpful for you to add on to that download of standing in power and grace. We're going to have some cool things that are going to go along with that to help you really move into your journey, and really I hope have you thinking about, if you don't already, I hope that helps you identify what you need in a personal coach, because I think personal coaching is so important, and having someone that can help you think through and be able, again, standing in power and grace is the energy and how we show up and how people perceive us. It's the art of being human. And if we can do that and have a coach, I don't do coaching, so I'm plugging in all my coaching friends here.
Please.
Find a great coach. I can help you. I can help you find a great coach. When your team is ready to go on that journey with you, because they're like, what are you doing? Because you're showing up in all these great spaces and you have all these great skills that you're doing now. How do we do this as an organization? That you ring me up.
I was just about to ask him, like,
Was
are
she
you
coaching? Was she
doing
doing? Was
executive
she coaching?
coaching next year? We didn't
No, no,
talk
no,
about
no,
that.
no, no.
Oh my gosh. Yes, we're going to be having some amazing, amazing, amazing things that are in the works, and I can't wait to launch them all. You guys can also reach Carrie at ktfacilitation.com. That's going to get revamped a little bit too. But ktfacilitation.com, you can reach her there. Go to blackfridayfestival.com, log in, download, then you'll be connected with her that way. But she is definitely someone that you want to have if you're growing as a leader, someone you want to have in your corner and with you always. This has been amazing.
Thank
As
you. Thank you.
always. Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you so much. And I can't wait. She also has a YouTube channel. What's your YouTube channel?
Oh yeah, at KT Facilitation. So find me, at on YouTube. Great conversations, great little shorts.
Awesome. So here is YouTube. I'm dropping it in the chat. She has some amazing podcasts that she's already doing. So you guys definitely want to. I already typed my friends. So there is her YouTube in there as well. Carrie, thank you so much again. I so thank you. I love you, honor you.
Oh,
Thank you.
so I love working with you. I love our group. So thank you.
Thanks, dear. All right, we will see you soon, right?
Yes. Yes. See you
Bye.
soon.
All right. Oh, sorry, Ken. I didn't mean to drop. I just popped you on there. So we've got 2 minutes. I just want to give everybody just a second here. We have 2 minutes before we bring our next guest up, which is going to be Ken Krell, another new friend of mine. But this is someone you are not. You, listen, he's a hugger. That's all I had to say. He's a hugger. Now, before we forget, right? Before we forget, I don't want you guys to forget to go over to let me find it again, darlings. I want you guys to go to the blackfridayfestival.com, blackfridayfestival.com, and I want you to head there right now. And I want you, it's going to look a little bit of something, something like this. Let me go blackfridayfestival.com so you can see exactly what you're going to see when you head over there. And you guys, it's going to look like a little bit like this. Here we go. Share my screen. Here we go. When you go over there, it's going to show this. Okay. And then you're going to scroll on down and join the summit if you want. You can click that, or you can just scroll all the way down after you meet our speakers. And you're going to click on claim your free pass, fill out a quick form, and that's going to get you access to all the free gifts. And then when you click the VIP, it's just $27 to upgrade to VIP. When you click that link, pay $27, you'll get access to the free as well as access to all the VIP gifts. And either way, you're going to become a part of a community, okay? A BFF 2025 community where you'll be able to reach out to and interact with all of our guests that you have met over the last few, today and tomorrow, okay? Your new BFFs. Now, with that being said, I'm bringing to the stage the next BFF, and his name is Ken Krell of Seagrass Media. Now, Ken is an international speaker and entrepreneur with over 40 years of global experience. So I said I had my little 5. He has had 40. Okay. So this is definitely, I want you guys to turn those ears on. Okay. He's the founder of the Scene with Love Foundation, and the creator of the Daily Hug, a 1-minute emotional reset read by thousands every morning. He also teaches audiences how to build meaningful brands, resilient businesses, and loyal communities without forced manipulation or burnout, blending timeless human psychology with modern digital strategy to help creators and leaders grow in a healthier, more connected way. He's also the visionary between this growing movement called emotional maintenance. And the idea behind that is that with small daily moments of connection, we can completely shift how we live and work. He's got projects like Hug Society and Alex Listens, and his big mission, which I want all of you guys to think about becoming, is being a part of, is to help 100 million people feel more seen and supported. He's building some wellness platforms that we're going to be a part of, with Heart of Inspiration as a company, and going to be encouraging more of you as well. And let me tell you, if you are thinking about building a brand, building a coaching, a consulting, online course creation, any type of business of that nature, this is a gentleman you want to work with. You want to be able to integrate his daily hugs and everything else. And we're going to talk a lot about that. But here I'm bringing to the stage now, finally, after that introduction, Mr. Ken Corell. How are you, Ken?
Wow, that was incredible. I mean, that was just Lisa. Woof. And the weird thing is, I don't know if it's your connection or mine, but we were like fabulous when we were talking an hour ago. But now you were like, all of a sudden, it got really choppy. So if anyone's making comments, we can check and see whether it was which side it was on. But it was a bit bizarre. I hope it's not my mom's internet, because I will be very unhappy.
Oh no! Oh no, guys, give me a limit. Let me know.
No, because maybe it's been on our end. I built a studio in my mom's apartment because everything I have right now is currently in storage in Sydney. This is a long story here. I left the United States in 2009. I've been an expat and a digital nomad ever since. So when I travel, as a nomad, I now travel with a teleprompter, and I've got my blue screen back here and all this cool stuff. But sometimes the internet doesn't always cooperate. So hopefully we're okay. But let's get rocking and rolling, because I am so excited to talk with you and share with you the whole concept behind the daily hug and emotional maintenance, and really how every one of the people that are listening to us right this minute, and you know who you are because you are listening to us right now, how you run your life with a lot more fun, a lot more passion, and enjoy every single day. Because frankly, there is such a huge problem out there with loneliness in the world. And it's not just the US. I mean, it's an epidemic everywhere. We have loneliness, despair, stress, depression, you name it. It's just icky. And by the way, icky is a technical term. So with just saying, but nobody wants to feel icky. But 1 in 5 people in the United States identifies as lonely consistently, at least once a week. So it's significant, and the cost of loneliness is outrageous. We're talking about in the billions of dollars, because there's a health problem with it. Loneliness, it costs it's like 15 cigarettes a day is what it does to your health. It's incredible, and you'd never think about it that way, but it's 100% true. So I'll jump into talking a little bit about. You should never introduce me, because then it's like I just go, right? um, it's like, let him go. He's gonna go on for that. But I'll talk to you about emotional maintenance, because it's something that we coined and we're claiming as our domain. Because frankly, think about this: we do maintenance on our cars. We do maintenance on our health. We do maintenance, we brush our teeth every day. We do maintenance on our air conditioning systems. And we have service contracts on our roofs and everything. But do we do maintenance on our own psyche, on our own heart, on our own mental state? No. We just think that we'll power through everything. And the fact is, we need to take care of our insides and our heart level just as much as we take care of our teeth. But most of us do not. We don't take a single moment to do that. We think we can power through all of it. And the fact of the matter is we can't. In today's market, in today's environment, we have so many negatives that are hitting us all day long. The drama that goes on out there is insane. And we don't typically have a protocol for managing that. So that's what emotional maintenance is about. And what it allows us to do is, and the way I've kind of set it up, is with the daily hug, which I guess I should talk about the daily hug right now. The daily hug is kind of the foundation of all this. Every morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time, we send out a message, which is really short. I'll show you one in a minute, that inspires you. It tells you, basically lets you know that, yes, the world is messed up, but you're not. You're okay. And that's really important. And I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I don't care what church you go to, or if you go at all, for that matter. If you're breathing, you qualify, right? And the idea of the hug is really a metaphor. So if you're not a hugger, that's cool. It's not about the hug as much as it is about the connection and the recognition that you matter, Blanche, that you matter. Because everyone does, but so often we get caught up in the disconnect that technology has thrown at us. And like, for example, who has dinner with their families? Now you did yesterday, Lisa, with your family, because it was Thanksgiving. But people don't have family dinners anymore. And if they do, everyone's on their phones. Where's the connection? And I found that it's like being on autopilot. I was on a cruise recently, and I picked up the phone at dinner, and someone called me out on it. I didn't realize that I was unconscious. So we have to be really mindful about what's happening in our world. And so every morning we send out the daily hug, and it's free to everybody. dailyhug.com/BFF, because we want to be your best friend forever. And whether it's a special quote that comes out in a day, or just something that causes you to think, like one quote, one daily hug it said something about the clouds are constantly moving and they never apologize. Why should you, for being who they are? So it's things like that just cause you to stop for a second and go, yeah, I'm okay. And that little bit is just enough to kind of tip the scales in your emotional favor. Because what people tend to do unconsciously is they open up their soul at It's most susceptible, which is when they first get up, and they put on everything toxic. What's the most toxic thing you can do in the morning? Turn on the freaking news. Trust me, the world will be the same in an hour. In fact, you don't even ever put on the news because guess what? Someone's going to tell you if it's important. You don't need to get caught up in the latest rape, murder, tax problem, or whatever scandals going on in the world. It is not part of your life this minute. Trust me, there's enough bad stuff going on out there. We don't need to focus on that. So I want you to focus on what your world is about, okay? Because that's the most important piece to this. So we built the hug to enable you to kind of power through the day, and that's kind of the basics of just where we go with it. Because frankly, most people treat emotional pain like a headache. They numb it, they scroll it away, they drink it away, or they power through it. But that's not maintenance, that's delay, right? That's masking a problem. And any doctor will tell you that you need to get to the root of the problem or it's going to stay there. So emotional maintenance is the daily practice of keeping your internal world clear enough for your external world to work. Because when you're emotionally regulated, listen to this, your decisions get sharper, your creativity returns, your intuition wakes up, and you stop running on fumes and calling it ambition. Because we live in a world where people are collapsing inside while performing on the outside. So emotional maintenance isn't woo, it's the new baseline for being functional. Kind of it's between showing up as the reactive version of you and the real you. And I tell people this, that autopilot's great for airplanes, but terrible for humans. So, it's like you can't pour from an empty cup. As entrepreneurs, business owners, and just humans, we keep trying to pour from the dust at the bottom of it. And that's the cool thing. It's not self-care. It's not a bubble bath. It's responsibility. And it's a responsibility for you to stay whole so you can show up whole. And the cool thing is that when you do, Lisa, you're the one that's in charge. You're the one that's in charge. Everyone else is out of control. Remember Kodak? What a great company Kodak was.
Yep, I do.
Many people don't know what the hell Kodak is anymore, right? But Kodak had Kodachrome film. Paul Simon wrote a song about it. Kodak had copy machines. Did you know that Kodak actually invented the digital camera?
I did not know that.
Today's trivia. Now, how in the hell did a company that was an icon, that was like the number one employer of Rochester, New York, how the hell did they blow it on the digital camera? Because they were all about ego, not creativity, not exploration, not curiosity. They were caught up in their own little world that they were not emotionally connected. They had no emotional maintenance at all. They were completely disconnected. And the effectiveness of that, or the effect of that, was it cost millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. People in Rochester lost jobs, careers were messed up, employee pension plans were lost. I mean, just a disaster because of the lack of emotional connection. Bad decisions get made that way. Bad get made that way. So if you want to win a negotiation, get clear about who the heck you are, and you're powerful. You have all that to go with. So that's what's behind all of this, because nobody does this. And we mask it in self-help or all this other hoo-ha, but the fact is, every day you got to take care of what's going on inside of you, because there's poison coming through all day long. And whether we're talking about your physical health, breathing in the good air, eating the right kinds of foods, you got to do the same thing with your psyche. You got to do the same thing with your soul, because if you don't have control. So that's it. Now, here's the thing. Recognizing this, I realized how impactful this is. And a friend of mine yelled at me a few months ago, and he's like, Ken, I was developing an AI tool for assisted living facilities, because they're so messed up with loneliness and despair and grief and all this business that they lose 44%, Lisa. 44% of their employees are gone after a year. It's heartbreaking. And they don't get paid well, they're not treated well. I mean, it's just a mess. So I had a tool I built to help them. And my friend John's like, wait a minute, Ken, you've got all these great tools. You're missing an opportunity to help the entire world. You're thinking too small. I was hiding, thinking lower. And he's like, this daily hug can help so many. Why are you not doing that? And I was like, well, shut up. Go take care of it. And like Obi-Wan Kenobi, got Luke Skywalker to step out of his cave. I jumped out and was like, okay, great, we're going to do this. And so I'm looking to partner with every possible person that has an audience to get the daily hug in the hands of, check this out, 100 million people. Now, what the hell is 100 million people? I have no concept of that. First I was like, yeah, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 people. But when you think about this, Lisa, Mr. Beast's average video has over 100 million views. His average video has over 100 million views. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. I know. The Chicken Soup books, over the past 20 years, they sold over 500 million copies. That's 500 million books sold, not free, sold in multiple languages all over the world in different verticals, like Chicken Soup for the pet owner and so on. So the Daily Hug, if we don't do 100 million subscribers free, something's wrong. I mean, it's like we're setting our sights too low. So we will have the Daily Hug in various languages. Thank you for AI. We will have the Daily Hug for Chihuahua owners and for pickleballers and for people with diabetes. We will have it for everyone because everyone needs to have that. And so we're looking at with everyone who can have a message out there because, it's big.
That's awesome. So the Daily Hug, tell us a little bit, by the way, guys, if you go to blackfridayfestival.com and you register for the free gifts or for the free general admission ticket, you're going to get access to be able to sign up for the Daily Hug. So you can get the Daily Hug right there in your inbox every day. Every day. Get a hug from Ken every day.
Every single morning. Yep. every single you're going to get your vitamin H, baby. That's what it is. But we did something else too. And Lisa, you're going to be doing this as well. The connection that we have with our audiences, with our customers, with our clients, with our friends is super important. And so many businesses screw this up so badly. A lot of businesses someone will come in, they'll be a customer for a day, and then they're forgotten. I've always thought that hairdressers mess this up in the worst way. They should be reminding you, I got to get a haircut tomorrow, so I'm thinking about this. But why don't the hairdressers send you an email saying, hey, you're due, and when you leave an appointment, why don't they schedule you for another one? Whenever I get a haircut, it's like, see ya, and never hear from them ever again, right? They don't operate as a business. Most businesses operate that. Most internet marketers, and the only time you ever hear from them is when they need money. That's just. And I was spoke at an event earlier today, and it was like, "Yep, that was me. Yep, that was me." Everyone's like admitting it because I forced them to admit it. But here's the thing: what if there was a way for you to connect with your audience every single day, not in a creepy way, but in a way that says, "Hey, I care about you. Hey, you matter. Hey, you're good." Well, we created something called the kindness offer. And what the kindness offer was really kind of a way that we could get people to share the Daily Hug and make it cool. And because we want to get it in 100 million people, it is everything I'm living for right now. I'm not doing anything else. I'm not doing coaching. I'm not doing, it is everything is Daily Hug, period.
Yes.
Because I want to make that difference. It's what I was here to do. And finally, I'm it. I'm on that hero's journey mission. So here's what's happening. In fact, Lisa's going to be doing this probably. I don't know if you can implement it next week or the week after, but I know you're doing it soon. We haven't figured out the dates yet.
Yes.
But what Lisa's going to do? Can I share it?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Or should we keep it a secret? I will share.
No, I think you need to. I think you need to let, because I want more people to get involved in this. I want more people in the kindness movement. So let's share it.
All right, here it is. So here's what's going to happen. Lisa is going to go out and she's going to invite everyone in her community, in all the different communities that she's part of, to subscribe to the Daily Hug. It's free. It's easy to say, easy to do. It doesn't take anything away from what Lisa's doing. Her business is not impacted in any way negatively. By the way, this is the same for everybody, because we want to make everybody happier. And if you're happier, you'll spend more money. If you're happier and you're emotionally in management, you're in control of your world, you will make more money. You will have more fun. You can spend more money. right? So it's
Yes.
cool. You're in a much bigger position of abundance.
Yeah.
So anyway, saying to they can get the hug free is nice, but Lisa's going to bribe you. Now we don't know what she's going to bribe you with yet, but at a number of our businesses that we work with, some of them are some. I love bribes when they're legal. So what's the bribe? It could be for a restaurant. It could be a free appetizer with dinner. If you have a med spa, it could be free extra facial or something. If
Yes.
it's a yoga studio, it could be when you buy a package of 5 yoga sessions, you get a 6th one free, or
Yeah.
15% off, whatever the heck it is. But for coaches and for people that work with others, this is the coolest thing ever. I have a client who wanted to expand her coaching program to a group coaching program for. She does recovery for people that are dealing with recovery issues.
Mm.
So here's what we're doing for her. When her bribe is, her incentive, if you want to call it, is that when you subscribe to the Daily Hug, she will give you a 15-minute integration session, so that way you can integrate the lessons of the Daily Hug into her recovery plans for you. Now, when we first talked about it, she's like, but wait, I don't have 15 minutes to be able to do that with. And I said, girlfriend, sit back and think about this. When you have someone on the phone and you're helping them for 15 minutes, what do you do at the end of the call? What do you say? You say, how can I help you? What do you want to do next?
Oh, I suppose so.
Uh-huh.
It's a
Which is
trick question.
the invitation to her coaching program. Program, or the individual program, you can either pay me $2,000 or $5,000. Which would you prefer? So if the $2,000 program, she basically is operating at $8,000 an hour under those circumstances. It's a pretty good payday, right? So she said, oh, that's a good idea. So what's the point? The kindness offer is kind of a Trojan horse, right? It gets people to take an action, and as the benefit of it, you get to give them some value and invite them to spend money with you, and they buy something. So you get paid, which is really nice. But that's the front end of it. You ready for the rest of it?
Yes.
Okay, here's the good part. So I'm so happy with this. The Daily Hug that comes out every day for the first week, at the top of the hug, it says, this hug is sponsored by Lisa Brewer, or whatever brand you are, by your company. So every day before they even get to the good part of the hug, they're seeing your name. You're attached to it. It's coming because of you. That's for the first week, 7 days, when it's fresh and brand new. After that, what we're doing is the bottom of the hug. From that point forward, it says, you're getting this hug because Lisa Brewer loves you and wants to share the joy. Pass it on. Every single day. So what does that mean? And by the way, that's for as long as they're subscribers to the Daily Hug, whether it's 3 days, 3 years, or forever.
Yeah.
Forever. Your name is attached to something nice that says, I love you, to your client every single day. You can't do that, but we can.
Yeah.
And that's what the kindness offer is.
Yeah.
So it's the coolest, to me, it's the coolest thing ever. And I encourage everyone, obviously, to do it. And we charge a few dollars for it, but we're significantly more than we pay. Every time we tell someone the price, it's like, only once? Yeah, it's just a one-time payment. We do it, and you can run as long as you want. But the point is that we want everyone to benefit all the way down the line. So the client benefits, you benefit, the world benefits. Because I kind of look at it this way. Everyone that reads the Daily Hug is part and passes it on is part of my downline of my own network marketing program, right? Because if my goal is to make the world a happier place, then everyone's got to pass it on. It's got to ripple all the way through, right? It's really that simple.
Yeah.
And here's the devious part of all of it. You ready? You ready? You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
The happier you are with you, the less likely you are to do anything to hurt yourself or anyone else. The less likely you are to be judgy, to be tacky, to be getting in other people's business, because you don't need to do that anymore. You're comfortable, you're good, you're safe, you're fine. You're not feeling stressed out. You're not feeling insecure because you know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can get more people to be that way, how much more wonderful will the world be?
Right.
That's the bottom. That's it. So yeah, that's where it comes from. It all goes to that. So there's a lot here. And then for people that want more, we built in what's called the Hug Society. And the Hug Society is like the next level from the daily hug. Because you brush your teeth in the morning, but you probably should brush your teeth at night too. So just saying, if you want to keep them, hope people do. So we created the Hug Society, which gives you more hugs during the day. It gives you a gratitude journal, a regular journal, but the best part of it, hang on, if I have it here, I can show you. Yes, the best part of it is our little fun piece that helps to take you off the ledge. Alex the Hug Bot. There he is. There's
Aww.
Isn't he cute? So so Alex is your friend, your digital friend. Alex is there 24/7, 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when people are too busy to talk to you, or you think they're too busy to talk to you. Alex is there. Alex doesn't judge. Alex was trained to be your friend, not a therapist. But here's the thing. When you are having a bad day, or if you're spinning out of control, Alex will keep you from falling off that ledge. Alex has been trained to do that. And the cool thing is that so many of us don't want to, what's the word I'm looking for here? We don't want to be a bother for our friends. And, if we have a recurring thing, we don't want to be whiny. We don't like when people kind of drop their emotional poop on us. We don't want to do it with them. But Alex can handle it. Alex is poop free. So to speak. I haven't used that term before. I'm not sure I will use it again. But we designed it and we coded it to really be that companion that you can share the good, the bad, and the ugly with, and that will not judge you, but will support you. And Alex we just built it to really serve. And people are grooving on it a lot. It's just, it's cool because you can recognize you're okay. Alex is trained to do that, but also to tell you the truth. We're not just going, yeah. It really is about honoring who you are and, kind of keeping you accountable for yourself too. Because that's what a friend should do. So, and we made it like ridiculous here. It was 27 cents a day for that. So there's all these things we built in to make this easy. And there's fundraising pieces for nonprofits. We're looking for everything we can do to take this out to the level where people can be served. So it's kind of a big deal, actually. And you're supposed to ask me some questions. I never gave you a chance. I just realized this is supposed to be an interview.
We're all right. We're all right. Listen, we've had a great conversation here just in the conversation, right? This has been absolutely fabulous.
I thought you
needed
a little bit of a rest. You've been working so hard today.
Well, we're not done yet. Excuse me.
Oh my gosh, you're hysterical.
So I do want to just really tap into really quick. I love the energy. I love what you're doing. I love all of this. When we finally got a chance to meet, we met on a platform called the JV Directory, guys. And if you want information about that, just reach out to me. But what I want all of us who are coaches, healers, teachers, content creators, I don't care. Whoever you are, I want you to jump on this, right? I want you to be a part of this. I want you to know that you can we all talk about spreading love and light and all this and making the world a better place. But how much easier is it for us to tap in and collaborate with someone like Ken? Like, this is part of why I do this every year. He's your new huggy BFF, like not in the weird, creepy way either. He's your new BFF in this area, and he can help reach people, and he can help keep your people engaged in a way that that you're not going to be able to necessarily do. Because one of the things, let me tell you, one of the most difficult things that we have as coaches, healers, teachers, in this world, in this realm, mentors, is staying present and being able to keep up with our folks on a regular basis, with our community, provide connection. This provides community and connection, and you don't have to do anything in order to get that done. I
Yeah.
love that.
Where are my lazy friends? Let's see, there you go. I mean, and think about this. Remember, Lisa, all people buy these days are done for you programs. Nobody wants to work anymore.
Uh,
You know, it's
yeah, that might be true. We'll talk about that offline. Ken, we're not.
that was not about you. That was not about you. Don't take it that way.
Oh boy.
I mean, no, the reality is, I mean, you think about programs that are out there, the ones that will make you the most money if you're going to be in that business is to do it for you, is to
Right.
do it for other people, because we don't want to do the work, and people will
Right.
pay for it. People will pay
Right.
for it.
Right.
So, that's the key. So the more you can do for other people, the better. But more important is just to have that level of connection with them. I mean, that's why, like, if you can go to physical events, they're so much more meaningful. And I remember I used to teach people during COVID. I had a program that was all about creating incredible online events.
Yeah.
And because that's what we really had anyway. And I've spoken from the stage for years all over the world, selling millions upon millions of dollars of programming. And it's that individual connection, being able to see an audience, being able to look them in the eye and let them know, and lock eyes and let them know that they're seen.
Yes.
That's so important. And in a Zoom room, you can do that too. You can, I when I was running my events, I had like literally 4 TVs lined up. I mean, my living room looked really stupid, I got to tell you. But I had all the little, all the Zoom things laid out there, so I could look at Sally and go, Sally, I love your dog, or Bobby.
Yeah.
And when you call people out there, they'll pay attention. First of all, works really good. But moreover, once they recognize that they're seen, they know they matter. Tony Robbins, I love him to pieces, but when he's talking to 4 million people on these stadium screens, he can't see anybody. You're not seen by Tony Robbins.
Right.
I was lucky enough to travel from Paris to Venice with him on the Orient Express. I saw him. I mean, I was in the program, but most people don't.
Right.
And that's the important. I'm better. I mean, I can easily speak to a group of 5,000 people on stage, easy. But my sweet spot is groups of 50, because we connect. It's better for me. I mean, and you make more money too, by the way, per head, because you have the connection. People don't get lost. They don't get lost.
Right.
And that's the important piece. So we need that.
We're going to have some very deep discussions about all of that very soon, Mr. Ken, because you are a wealth of information and wisdom. More so wisdom, I will say. Not that you don't have information, but I value wisdom greatly.
Thank you.
I think that you have a lot to share.
Thank you.
Guys, go to blackfridayfestival.com again, please. Link up with Ken. We have when you go in and get the daily hug, you'll be linked up. The VIP, you'll want to schedule some time with him if you want to implement into this your content creation, your coaching, your mentorship, whatever it is that you're doing. If you want to integrate this into your business, even if you have a mom and pop or you're an actual storefront and you want to give your customers that keep coming back to you a daily hug. How much better is it to keep you top of mind for the next time they want to purchase something in your sector, right? In your vertical. This is just, I mean, the uses for this are just amazing, and you're doing the world a great service. Ken, thank you so much.
I'm going to hire you. You can just do that. I'm going to go lay down now. You can cover that for me. It's great.
Awesome. I'm your hype woman. Oh my gosh, Ken, this has been fabulous. Thank you so much again for coming. I appreciate you so much.
I adore you. And I want to acknowledge you, Lisa, for putting this together. It's a lot of work. It's a thankless task, but you're serving people that really need it. And the people you brought on, the content you're delivering here makes a big difference. So I want to acknowledge you. And you guys that are watching, I want you to recognize the amount of work that Lisa and her team have put into making this thing work for you. So if you've gotten just even this little bit of value, get the damn VIP. And you're thinking to yourself, you can't afford it, then you really need it.
Yeah.
Because $27 is nothing, right? But the value that you say to yourself, the energy that you say to yourself, that I am worth it, means so much more. That's emotional maintenance. So pick up the damn VIP. I can say it that way. She can't. So go and do that now. The VIP benefits that you get are tremendous. You'll get me for 15 minutes. Watch out. But if you want to take it to the next level, seriously, and do something good for yourself and for others, then go ahead and go to that VIP thing, get it now, and I will see you on our own call.
Sounds fabulous. All
How
right,
is
my
that?
friend. I loved it. Yay, you're hired. Come on.
I know
Okay.
you. I know you're on a deadline. I made you run a little bit late. I apologize, Lisa. I adore you, and I will see you. I'll see you soon.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, dear. Thank you. All right, guys. So this is what we're gonna do now. We're gonna take a little bit of a bio break, a little bit of a break here. I need to chat with our next up next. It will be Olga's coming up next, and she's gonna talk about from gray to glow. And then we're also gonna have Ellen Marie Zapponi, and she is going to talk about navigating through life, finding your new true north, and all of that great stuff. So until then, though, I'm gonna show a um a video here. We're gonna have this video play. It's gonna be on loop for a couple times. We should be back, I would say, at the half hour. Okay, we'll see you in just a little bit. Hello there, everybody. So I need to let you know BFF Black Friday Festival 2025 is here. And if you're watching this right now, the trailer, it's probably already start or it's about to start. If not, here, watch trailer and you'll know how to get the most out of all this. Listen, the main thing that I want you to know is we're going to be here from approximately noon Eastern all the way till approximately 7 p.m. Eastern on today, Friday, the November 28th, and tomorrow, November 29th. And we're going to have this set up also as podcast replays so you can actually watch it later. But there is something that's really, really special that I want to be sure you guys know about. And that is, my dears, that is that we have BFF, a platform, Black Friday Festival 2025, where you can go to this website, you can register, and then as a result of your registration, you will be able to, guess what, get free gifts and also VIP gifts for just $27. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the banner right now. Black Friday. Let me move this out of the way. FridayFestival.com. So I want you to go to this blackfridayfestival.com right now. You just type it in just like that. And when you go there, you know what you're going to find? You're going to find a page that looks like this. We're going to go to Black Friday Festival.com. And let me show you what you're going to see when you get here. You are going to see this site. Here we go. You're going to get to see this site. And when you go here, what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down. Now, when you go here immediately, well, you're already on a platform, but you can choose which platform you want to watch this on. Okay. It's going to be on YouTube, Facebook, X, LinkedIn, and hopefully TikTok if I can get it to work. Now, then what I want you to do is click the Join BFF 2025. Okay. And you get to choose your access. If you just get your free pass right here, what you're going to do is you're just going to fill this out right here, and then you're going to get access to a community. It's a BFF 2025 community, and you're going to get access to a whole bunch of free, amazing gifts. If you choose the VIP, that's just $27. Okay. So you're going to get all of this, and then you're also going to get, guys, you're going to get access to all of the VIP gifts that my guests that are listed here have graciously given, and myself. Okay. So there's like resources. We have everything from leadership training to healing, energy healing, pranic healing. We've got people talking about getting your glow up. We've got people that are giving away free daily hugs. We have people that are doing amazing, amazing things. We have some people here that are helping us transform. Okay, that are helping us transform our lives and navigating through life's changes. So listen, I want you to join me. So blackfridayfestival.com, and you can join me right here on this platform here or whatever platform you like. But I want you to go there now and then watch. And if you miss any of these, We're going to have the replays. I'm going to have it as a limited time podcast as well. And it's going to be just amazing. Okay. Come join us. Enjoy yourself, learn, reset, realign, and get ready for 2026. I'll see you soon. Bye. Hello there, everybody. So I need to let you know BFF Black Friday Festival 2025 is here. And if you're watching this right now, the trailer, it's probably already start or it's about to start. If not, here, watch trailer and you'll know how to get the most out of all this. Listen, the main thing that I want you to know is we're going to be here from approximately noon Eastern all the way till approximately 7 p.m. Eastern on today, Friday, the November 28th, and tomorrow, November 29th. And we're going to have this set up also as podcast replays so you can actually watch it later. But there is something that's really, really special that I want to be sure you guys know about. And that is, my dears, that is that we have BFF, a platform, Black Friday Festival 2025, where you can go to this website, you can register, and then as a result of your registration, you will be able to, guess what, get free gifts and also VIP gifts for just $27. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the banner right now, Black Friday. Let me move this out of the way. FridayFestival.com. So I want you to go to this BlackFridayFestival.com right now. Just type it in just like that. And when you go there, you know what you're going to find? You're going to find a page that looks like this. We're going to go to Black Friday Festival.com. And let me show you what you're going to see when you get here. You are going to see this site. Here we go. You're going to get to see this site. And when you go here, what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down. Now, when you go here immediately, well, you're already on a platform, but you can choose which platform you want to watch this on. Okay. It's going to be on YouTube, Facebook, X, LinkedIn, and hopefully TikTok if I can get it to work. Now, then what I want you to do is click the Join BFF 2025, okay? And you get to choose your access. If you just get your free pass right here, what you're going to do is you're just going to fill this out right here, and then you're going to get access to a community. It's a BFF 2025 community, and you're going to get access to a whole bunch of free, amazing gifts. If you choose the VIP, that's just $27. Okay. So you're going to get all of this. And then you're also going to get, guys, you're going to get access to all of the VIP gifts that my guests that are listed here have given, graciously given, and myself. Okay. So there's like resources. We have everything from leadership training to healing, energy healing, pranic healing. We've got people talking about getting your glow up. We've got people that are giving away free daily hugs. We have people that are doing amazing, amazing things. We have some people here that are helping us transform, okay, that are helping us transform our lives and navigating through life's changes. So listen, I want you to join me. So BlackFridayFestival.com. And you can join me right here on this platform here or whatever platform you like. But I want you to go there now and then watch. And if you miss any of these, we're going to have the replays. I'm going to have it as a limited time podcast as well. And it's going to be just amazing. Okay. Come join us. Enjoy yourself. Learn, reset, realign, and get ready for 2026. I'll see you soon. Bye. Hello there, everybody. So I need to let you know BFF Black Friday Festival 2025 is here. And if you're watching this right now, the trailer, it's probably already start or it's about to start. If not, here, watch trailer and you'll know how to get the most out of all this. Listen, the main thing that I want you to know is we're going to be here from approximately noon Eastern all the way till approximately 7 p.m. Eastern on today, Friday, the November 28th, and tomorrow, November 29th. And we're going to have this set up also as podcast replays, so you can actually watch it later. But there is something that's really, really special that I want to be sure you guys know about. And that is, my dears, that is that we have BFF, a platform, Black Friday Festival 2025, where you can go to this website, you can register, and then as a result of your registration, you will be able to, guess what, get free gifts and also VIP gifts for just $27. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the banner right now. Black Friday, let me move this out of the way, fridayfestival.com. So I want you to go to this blackfridayfestival.com right now. You just type it in just like that. And when you go there, you know what you're going to find? You're going to find a page that looks like this. We're going to go to Black Friday Festival.com. And let me show you what you're going to see when you get here. You are going to see this site. Here we go. You're going to get to see this site. And when you go here, what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down. Now, when you go here immediately, well, you're already on a platform, but you can choose which platform you want to watch this on. Okay. It's going to be on YouTube, Facebook, X, LinkedIn, and hopefully TikTok if I can get it to work. Now, then what I want you to do is click the Join BFF 2025. Okay. And you get to choose your access. If you just get your free pass right here, what you're going to do is you're just going to fill this out right here, and then you're going to get access to a community. It's a BFF 2025 community, and you're going to get access to a whole bunch of free, amazing gifts. If you choose the VIP, that's just $27. Okay. So you're going to get all of this, and then you're also going to get, guys, you're going to get access to all of the VIP gifts that my guests that are listed here have given, graciously given, and myself. Okay. So there's like resources. We have everything from leadership training to healing, energy healing, pranic healing. We've got people talking about getting your glow up. We've got people that are giving away free daily hugs. We have people that are doing amazing, amazing things. We have some people here that are helping us transform, okay, that are helping us transform our lives and navigating through life's changes. So listen, I want you to join me. So blackfridayfestival.com, and you can join me right here on this platform here or whatever platform. All righty. Hello. I'm back. How you guys doing? That was interesting. I just didn't think it was coming back that fast when I hit stop, for goodness sakes. Okay. I want to be sure that everybody is good. How you guys doing? You guys enjoying everything? You enjoying everything? Because I sure am. I am loving every second of what's going on. And I'm loving every second of today, and we're going to have a great time tomorrow. I am going to bring to the stage our next speaker. Her name is Olga Alexieva, and she will correct me, honey, if I screwed that up. But Olga is a lovely, lovely woman that I know all of you guys are going to enjoy. Olga was born in Russia, and she came to the U.S. in 1991 with no English. And she started working at a McDonald's, right? Trying to went to want to try to run a pizza parlor, and all while caring for her son and her mother simultaneously. Burned out, she rediscovered herself through painting, and which she never thought was going to be possible. She opened 2 galleries and a painting studio to teach. She didn't just reclaim her creativity, she reclaimed her joy and purpose. Now she's a best-selling author, artist, and coach, and she helps women reignite joy and purpose through her program, From Gray to Glow. I want to introduce you to Miss Olga I'm so glad to be speaking with her today. Hello, Olga. How are you? Oh, can you hit the unmute you myself? I got it. Here we go. There you are. Hello. How are you?
How you doing, guys? Hello.
Good, good. Let's try test. I want you to just real quick test your mic because I'm not hearing.
Hello,
Can you
hello.
just
Do you hear
connect
me?
the mic? Let me make sure. Yep, we're good. And I think we're okay. We're gonna test in just a second.
Do you hear me?
One more second. So guys, we're gonna just bear with us 1 second. I'm going to start our little Black Friday again and our Black Friday information again really quick. Hold on 1 second. Hello there, everybody. So I need to let you know BFF Black Friday Festival 2025 is here. And if you're watching this right now, the trailer, it's probably already start or it's about to start. If not, here,
I
watch the
already
trailer.
click
You'll know how
it.
to get the most out of all this.
I click it on
Listen,
my
the main thing that I want you to know is we're going to be here from
thing.
approximately noon Eastern all the way till approximately 7 p.m. Eastern on today, Friday, the November 20th. Okay, we got the technical difficulties
All
taken
right.
care of.
It's a Black
We've
Friday
got it.
gift.
Olga's here. Yay!
Do you hear me now?
I'm not sure why this is happening. Oh my gosh. Hold on, guys. Hang on. This is let
You
me
don't
try
hear
this.
me?
And I see it's working, Olga, on your end. Can you try it one more time for me? I took off the automatic and hopefully it works now.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3,
If not,
test.
you know what, guys? What I'm going to do is I'm going to call Miss Olga and we're going to have our conversation that way. If there's nothing else, I'm going to call her on the phone and we're going to do that right now because I want you guys to be able to hear her. And I'm going to have her on speaker and hopefully it doesn't echo. Well, it will.
Hello?
Hi there, Olga.
Hi. Hi, guys.
All right. So I'm going to mute myself when okay, I know how I'm going to do this. All right. I'm going to take myself off speaker when I am talking to Olga. And then when she's answering, I will I will take it off speaker or put it back on speaker. Olga, thank you for living through this just technical difficulty really quick. It won't take that much for us to be able to take care of this. I want to hear from you. We talked about the fact that your program is from gray to glow. And that is a very powerful statement to make. So I want to hear from you why gray to glow? Why did you choose that? And how did you get to this place after coming through everything and immigrating, not knowing any English, all of that? How did we arrive here to who you are today?
Well, it's probably going to take me about a couple of days to tell you all my story. But as soon as we have a very short time, I just give you a very quick overview that when I came here in 91, I did not speak English, but then I started to paint accidentally. Then I opened the gallery and then COVID closed that. So that's just like a bridge over me. And I went to a very dark place where I lost my purpose. I lost my mission, direction. I became ill with unknown disease, and doctor could not figure out what's going on with me. I was depressed, antidepressants, and so on. And then something happened in my life that I finally connected the dots, and I saw myself being a speaker on the stage. And from that moment, everything came together. I am talking about health, mood, sleep. So, saying that, I know how to be on dark place. I went myself. I know how it feels to be invisible. I know how it feels to take care of somebody. I took care of my mom for 3 years. I was her caregiver before she passed away. I know what it feels to give everything all the time to everybody else and not having time for myself. I was totally disintegrated under their responsibilities. And saying that, now I have a mission to help women to rise up over the responsibilities, knowing that your life matters. That's why my program calls From Gray to Glow, because we deserve, ladies, we deserve happiness, joy, and energy without pills.
Happiness, joy, and energy. I was not expecting the energy without pills. You got you got me right there. That is so true, though. It's like we're taking all these pills, we're taking all these supplements, we're taking all these hormone injections, we're taking all these things. And I, for one, can tell you, I don't think they helped me not one stinking solitary bit. I don't think they helped at all. Um, so I wanted you to talk to me about. She segued herself into the fact that she is big into holistic human women's health. So, what happens to us as we gracefully grow like fine wine and grow a little bit older? What happens to us? What happens to our health as we lose our spark in for life?
Well, that's very interesting question, Lisa. I learned that, first of all, about 68% of women age 50 to 65 taking antidepressants. That's a very alarming number. Second number is, or second fact, when a woman or whoever lost the direction or purpose, all her being, all her cells reporting to brain, hey, we arrived, nowhere to go, it's time to shut down, hey, shut down, boom, boom, boom. And body follows, and body starts to shut down. So saying that, before you go to doctor, if you feel something, kind of something not right with you, before you go into doctor, check with your soul. Check if you know where you're going. Check if you know who you are. If you can express who you are and you know your role in this earth, doctor will not help you, honey. You're just going to waste your money. So that's my total conviction that, first of all, everybody needs a coach. Everybody, because I see our lives like we're in a labyrinth. And we're going through that labyrinth. We just try to open the door. We try to kind of get through the window. We think that we have a goal, but behind the door, it could be a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely.
don't expect that every door is going to bring you to a green meadows. It's not necessary. What I'm saying is, if you don't have that drive, that spark, that something gets you in the morning, if you don't have that energy, if you don't have anything that you like to do that gives you a joy, if you've forgotten how to give you time for yourself, that for some enjoyable time with yourself, if you don't hear your soul, your body will very quickly let you know that you are quickly aging. Let's put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody has a goal to slow down aging, slow down that process, then the first you need to check with your soul. You need to check with yourself and make that alignment between what you want, what you say, and what you do.
As you discovered this throughout your life, what were some of the first changes that you began to see as you really discovered who you are and then get into alignment with that true person?
It was a very long process because we might say something like a Facebook. Let's say Facebook. On a Facebook, you see everybody's faces so happy, so achieved, so perfect, and you think that their lives is also perfect. But it's not necessarily a case. I'm just talking about myself. You might be perfect and different, but let's say I will use myself as an example. We might say, hi, I'm just so everything just pitchy. But inside my body said, no, you're not pitchy. You just broke, you unhappy, and look what you did yesterday. You drink or you did something, you know what I mean? I don't drink, but it's example. Or let's say if somebody wants to lose weight, for example. The weight is it's not necessarily physical condition. The weight is psychosomatic condition. If you have a fear that tomorrow is not gonna come as good as you expect, your body will hold all the resources and say, no, tomorrow you might not be able to buy bananas. I'd rather just keep it. So we're talking about mindset that directing our body. And so you cannot go for the diet. You cannot take this diet. It might just give you a couple of weeks of satisfaction and then boom, again. You cannot do on a physical level only. You have to have a mind shift. And that's what I do, because there is no other way. You have to start from source. And source is your soul, is your purpose, is your mindset, I would say. Did I answer your question, Lisa?
It did. As you're getting in touch with sources, you're getting in touch with your soul. Maybe let me take it a step back. Did you feel like, or do you feel that a lot of our physical ailments are as a result of us being out of alignment with ourselves?
It's not a lot. It's all. It's all. I just want to tell you, everybody needs a coach, and I have a coach, and this is relationship coach. I'm a single for a long, long time. I was married twice, but I was single. And we found out that because of my trauma in my, 16, 18 years old, my subconscious knows that love is unsafe, that relationship is dangerous. And so I created that like a barrier. And you have to understand, you probably know, but might not practice every day. We are electrical being, we are frequency being in human body. Okay, so our soul and spiritual part is number one. And how we create that first impression of ourselves, how your mother might teach you that, oh, you stay quiet and you're going to be a good boy, a good girl. And that girl remembers in her subconscious that for her to be good and loved, she has to be quiet. And so then at adulthood, she cannot express herself. She might develop a throat problem or, that glands, I forgot what's the name of it.
Like a thyroid problem?
Thyroid. Whoever has thyroid, look at your childhood. If your mama say, don't say too much, be a good girl, be quiet. And so I started to work with that. I'm learning about that. And as a matter of fact, I have a very interesting workshop that's coming on 14th of December that everybody should join, because I'm giving a lot of information about how we can have a control of our frequency, our subconscious. Lisa, you've been to that workshop.
It's fabulous, guys. It is
It's
absolutely
you
fabulous.
can vouch for it. I have so much to say. I'm kind of afraid that I might lose somebody, but just the topic is so deep.
Mhm.
And if we not agree with what we're doing, let's say you might want to drive the truck, but you have to sit in the office all day long. And if you have that gap between what you want, what makes you happy, and what you have to do, then your body will create a physical issue. That's just, there's no way out of it. You have to find what you actually want, what you actually love doing, even without money. And that will bring you to the reason while you're here, because everybody is coming with a goal.
Yes.
We come here with a goal. We're not just here a passerby, just, hey, I don't know what the heck I'm doing here. No. We have a goal. And so when we get connected with when you're gonna hear yourself, and silence and the lack of news helps a lot. You whether hear somebody's news or you're gonna hear your news. I'm choosing my news.
Yeah. Now that is very true. That is very true. So, so I just dropped in the chat, you guys, the link to Olga's events by olga.com, and that's where you'll be able to sign up for her creative infusion workshop that's in December. We are also, though, don't forget, and we're going to get into this just a little bit here right now. Olga on the platform, blackfridayfestival.com, she's been gracious enough she's got a from gray to glow guide free download for us. And then she also has a VIP gift that we're going to talk about in a second. But I want to get into I attended her workshop, and let me tell you something, the everyday things that we do, that even those of us who really understand, right, the concept of everything is frequency, everything is sound, all matter is made by sound and frequency. There are some everyday things that she talks about, and what we can do, we don't even think about, and how it negatively affects our frequency. And I'm not going to go too deeply into that. But I just want to give you a taste of, even from how we warm our food up, like, it's just little stuff, right? But one of the biggest things that I took away from that workshop was that we can choose joy, right? But sometimes we feel guilty because we're choosing to be happy, or choosing joyousness. So first of all, joy is a choice. Happiness, our own happiness, is a choice, right? But especially as women, especially as mothers, okay, we are kind of taught to feel guilty about being happy and feeling joyous and choosing ourselves. How do we break those patterns? How can we break that pattern of feeling guilty for choosing ourselves and choosing joy?
That's a very good question. It's an old story where women feel that they have to earn the respect. They have to earn the love. But keep in mind, the more we give to everybody, then less boundaries we have, then less respect we have from people, because people start to take advantage of us and really take us for granted. And so if you don't have your own space you want to protect, you become available for everybody at any time, you are not doing any good for you nor for other people, because they feel that you are available. It's like a water in a faucet. You open up and here's the soup. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And this is not good, because you are precious child of God. You got here with a reason. You have your own needs, and that has to be met. And you have to express your needs. If you want to need, you have a need for silence, for quiet, for rest. You cannot just drop everything and then feel good. Oh, instead of, sleeping all night, I was helping somebody to move to Arizona. I just making up, seriously. It means people will not call me. Hey, would you like to help me to move to Arizona? No, I'm sleeping now. This is my boundaries. I respect myself. So everything starts from self-respect. And the self-respect is coming from self-esteem, self-worth. You see how that all coming together?
Yes, absolutely.
So this is becoming actually more and more acceptable by people, because they understand the pills don't work, the diets don't work, the looking happy don't work. I'm so happy, and then you go cry. No.
Yeah.
So that's why I created this program, From Gray to Glow, where we pull this stumble stones. We pull that and then we get them out, because really you cannot do it yourself, because your subconscious, you cannot feel your subconscious. You are run by your subconscious. So subconscious needs to be shifted. So it's about 85% of our behavior is run by subconscious. And if you have an old story that you are not worthy enough, or the second good is enough for you, you're not big, tall, whatever reason. And if you don't feel yourself as a whole, then you're always going to stumble across the excuses that you need to earn the right to be abundant, to be loved, to be respected, to be cared for, and to be healthy. So you pay by your resources to get that somebody's opinion about you. And so when somebody's opinion become more important than your own opinion about yourself, so you have a problem.
I mean, I feel like that's just, it's a consistent thing of what we do all the time. We're always choosing somebody else. We put other people's happiness, other people's joy, other people's satisfaction above ours. And we care so deeply what other people think about us in an unhealthy way. I care about my reputation, of course. And I care that I'm being an integral person, right? And being ethical at all times and honest. But I shouldn't care about that in an unhealthy way, to the point where I am devaluing myself and allowing myself to be used and abused. I think that's what you're saying. Is that pretty
I'm
accurate?
saying self-respect. Everything starts from self-respect. If something drains you, people, events, surroundings, if it drains you, feel heavy after communication or attending, you feel like, something get dark, you need just to cut it out, because our life is short. I really feel the essence of time that we have. And if we don't live our life in that period, because nobody's gonna miss the exit. Think about it. Nobody's missing the exit. We run our play all right. The curtain will fall.
Yep.
But the time between we come here and we go, that's the time that we need to think about it. And if you think, well, will my yes to sue if I don't want to do it, but I say yes for me to feel good in the eyes of my church people, hi hypothetically. If it's more important for my life, it's gonna enrich my life. So we have to be healthy, selfish,
Yeah.
healthy, selfish.
Yeah.
And it's like a one size cannot fit all.
No.
Nobody is loved by everybody. And you don't need to serve or please everybody. You have your circle, people you respect, but then more you respect yourself, then more your circle will respect you. Everything starts from you. This is such a profound, simple truth. Don't look for outside for fixing your problem. Look inside. And that's why I have this my program, and my clients, they really have the transformation, in anger,
Yeah.
in judgment, in some, because life is beautiful. And I want to take your old lenses from your eyes and put you new clear glass for you to see the beauty, the purpose, the joy that around you, and it's available. That's what's the funny. Everything is available around you. You just have a barrier to receive it, or we just take the barrier off and you receive it.
So, okay. So then talk to me about is there a moment you feel like where you can ignite the woman that we left behind? Is there a moment for that?
Well, first of all, do you know that story about the lottery ticket?
No.
No, that it's like the guy is sitting and say, "Oh, how I really want to win. Look at all people winning. How can I win?" And the voice from the sky, "Buy the ticket." So you see what I mean?
Yeah.
First of all, in what I already brought up the labyrinth as a picture. We all going through the labyrinth, but we are inside. You cannot look outside and see the big picture. You need to look at your life from at least bird view distance. You need to see that, and you cannot do it yourself. That's why you need somebody's eyes that you trust, who would lead you out of that labyrinth, saying, "Hey, this is dead end.
Yeah.
This is that, because I see it."
Yeah.
And so we can figure out if we could work together in our conversation. But most important, you need somebody you trust who could help you to figure out something that is laying around you, but you cannot put this together in one funnel.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go a little deeper then. Maybe
Okay.
let's bring it back around to you for a minute.
Okay.
What can you share a moment where your life changed because you followed this joy, understanding that it all stems from you, the self-respect, all of this stems, it starts with you and emanates out. So can you share a moment with us where your life changed because you followed joy instead of following fear?
My life was full of fear and full of transformation, because imagine that coming to another country, I came here in 91, coming to another country, not knowing language, not have anybody, just to have a pure hope that it might work. It took me 10 years to speak English. It took me another 15 years to kind of accommodate myself. And when I started to paint, I found that I used to be in Russia. I used to be on a stage. I'm a professional actress. Okay, so my life always been in the creative field. And when I found the painting, but I thought I could not paint. I had my own knowledge. Who told me? Nobody. I knew. See what I mean? So, and God put me in a corner and say, hey, silly, look another direction. I have this for you. And you go in this direction. This is dead end. No, seriously. And as a matter of fact, I had that book, From Russia to America. It's available on Amazon. That's what I wrote this book and published in July. I just put my story, how I came here. That was my actually love story when I was betrayed, and that I was looking for respite, and I stumbled across the painting. I thought, I'm gonna go put a check mark. I cannot paint, but you know what? That was now I know that all my love story and all my broken heart was a reason for me to open the painting that was designed for me. And I was just so blind and so self-centered that I know better about me. No, we don't know anything about us because God just put us here and he has a plan and we just need to be open. But the people kind of holding for their own small little kind of view of themselves. And when you start to open, you see, oh my God, I dreamt so little, so short, so small. So you see, our life is designed for more. And that's, so where was I? I started to paint and then COVID hit. So I was just like a flourishing. I was happy about this. And the COVID, boom. And everybody were affected by that. And so many people, some people lost everything and the hope and business and everything. And other people, they literally jump on that. So why? It's a question for next podcast.
It is a question for, yes. But I want people to put this in perspective because I'm just doing the math in my head, right? So you came here, you immigrated here in 1991 and took you 10 years to learn English.
Yeah.
So that puts us at 2001, guys. So this is not like this is like ancient history. This is very recent for her. So just 24 years ago, she was comfortable enough where she can say, yep, I've learned English, right? Took her 10 years of being in this country, hearing all of us, a language that she's, and yet she had to manage to work and survive. And, I mean, there's a lot going on. Then another 15 years of finding your way through the rest of this process before we get to the painting. Like, this has been quite a journey in a foreign land to get to know yourself.
Exactly.
You crossed a continents and an ocean.
Yes. And I learned out of my life experience that whenever the door is open or something calling you, stop thinking about it. Just go. Because there's no rehearsal. There's might not be another opportunity for you to cross your state line. Some people say, oh, I just live here all my life, never step into over another state. What's good about it? Some people, they live under the rock and they think it's good. No. Is that enough for your soul? Not to explore another culture, another people, something else? So that's what I'm saying. A fear that was keeping people from exploring. It's a survival mechanism. But don't submit to fear. We are given a courage to become bigger, better. And it's coming about health and relationship and money and everything, to become a better version of yourself. That's what you need to know, that it's available for everybody. And that's what I'm teaching in my course. And I'm writing now another book and the course about how to take care of how to have control of your emotions or your mood and not to ruin your life and your health. So I'm just giving that. So that some a little bit you had it in my workshop. That's why I invite people to get some like a taste of it. I say, hey, I'm not reacting to events of my life. I'm actually choosing my way, how to maneuver,
Yes.
how to. So there is a two ways. You're whether victim of the events or you are
Victor.
victim or victor.
Yes. Yes. I love that. I and again, I wanted to be sure that we put the your time here in the States in a different light, in a different perspective, because I feel like people, they may be sitting here, and I've run across a number of people in my own personal life and just in general, that they'll say, well, you know, it's too late for me, or I've been dealing with this all my life, or nothing ever changes. But I wanted people to gain a perspective is that you came here
Mhm.
knowing nothing about our culture. I mean, or other than what you saw on whatever media and whatever you were told in Russia, because both of us, each side tells each other horrendous stories that may or may not be true, and whatever. But it's you're until you're here, you're not experiencing it, right? So you came here not knowing anything in the culture, not knowing the language, not knowing anything, and to me, there's no excuse for anyone to not jump out of the boat and just do it if someone like yourself can literally emigrate, right, and not know anyone, anything, nothing, and build it. Sorry, my cat. Build it from the bottom up, and now have the life. Have I admire you so much because it takes a tremendous amount of courage to do everything that you've done. And I want people to really grasp that there's never too late.
Yes, and this is kind of reason for my book, because I started to paint when I was 50, and the people say, "Hey, I'm 50; it's all behind." But you remember that saying about where is the richest place in the earth? In Earth, what is the richest place in the earth?
I've never heard that saying. What is it?
Hey, it's a cemetery, honey.
Why is that?
It's a cemetery because the ground is paved by unfulfilled dreams and desires. People take into grave their desires and dreams they never fulfilled. And the biggest remorse what people have on a deathbed, only if I only did, if I only tried, if I only allowed. They did not talk about how much money they would make, their religion, nothing. If I only allow myself to be brave and do that stuff, I would be happy, because my dream was, I had my dream from 6 years old and I never got to it. And that's my biggest, what is the word?
Regret.
Regret. The biggest regret of life, unfulfilled dreams. Guys,
Wow.
but this is our life. We don't know the time of exit. Put everything like, and this is, I'm going to say something that some people might not like. But let's say if you were given, let's say 2 weeks. In the 2 weeks, hasta la vista. Month, something very short time. How much you would do in that time? How much you would appreciate the sunshine? How much you would appreciate a cup of coffee? How much you would appreciate your partner? You know what I mean? In saying that in 2 weeks, it's going to be over. Just think about it. We take everything for granted. And we think that we have enormous life in the front. You see what I mean? I wrote this book for 5 months. Some people writing a book for a lifetime. Why? You
Mm.
see what I mean? So why people think that it's a rehearsal, and then they just kind of boom, door is closed, and they say, "Oh, is it over? I had so much to do. Do it now. Do it now. Don't sit and watching the news, because they're just messing up your psyche. They all the news, they igniting your fear, they loneliness, they put that low frequency in you, and you become sick of it. When you get sick, just see how much news you watch, a horror movie per se. You know, all this stuff that affects you from energetic field affect you. Even the clothes you're wearing, even words you're saying, even thoughts you have. This is, guys, just that think about yourself as a walking, talking energy light. You know,
Mm.
and you can pierce it with the bad news, pierce it with your bad thought, and cut it. And then you say, "Oh, my life is going through my fingers." No wonder. Stop
Mm-hmm.
damaging. Stop damaging. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So this is becoming my mission, to open that it's not a news. That's what is said. It's not a news. It's visible. But I just put it like in one funnel for you to see, oh my God, I almost missed that exit where I need. You know, because next exit is, I don't want to say anything, but you know what I'm talking about. Don't miss the exit of joy.
Yes.
Don't miss the exit of purpose.
Yes.
Don't go to the exit of fear, of sadness. Oh, I don't know how much time we have, but I have a beautiful story.
We have time. Go ahead.
No, seriously. Okay, this is a story. You know who is devil, right?
Yes.
Okay, so devil decided to retire, and he made a garage sale, and he sold his tools, the anger, the hatred, the fear, all the stuff. All people came and bought it on sale. Bought. Everything was sold, but one small little sack, like a little suitcase. And people say, "Hey, what's in this suitcase?" She said, "No, this is mine. This is like my keepsake." No, tell us what it is. Maybe we want to buy it. He said, "You know what's in it? It's the 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 biggest tools that ruins people's life fastest, that I have to keep it for me." They say, "What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it?" He said, "Okay, I'm going to show you." And he opened the suitcase, and it was sadness. It was sadness. It was when sometimes I'm just losing English. When people that unhappy, when people unhappy, it's not
Depression.
yeah, depressed or something like that. So
Yeah.
he said, when people don't have that spark, their life is ruined because they don't want to do anything. Their relationship is over. Their work is over. Their finances is over because they're not participating in life. He said, this is a fastest way to get to somebody's life and ruin it by thinking small, by sadness, and by allowing to be small.
Wow.
Do you see what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about, the spark and zest for life. This is your bloodstream. It's a blood of your life. And if you allow yourself to be on a gray scale, like I'm okay, I'm just fine, same old, the hamster wheel. It's okay. Everybody lives this way. It's okay. And this is how you allow devil to enter your life. And then you say, Oh, why is my relationship sucks? Why I'm going through divorce? Oh, if I only can exchange my partner, if I only can get another car, if I only can get, I would be happy. No, baby, you will not. You will not. Because everything coming from here. So if you wake up in the morning and you don't have a reason why you wake up in the morning, you might miss the exit.
Wow.
Yes. And that's what I'm teaching. How to get that spark and keep it forever. How to get appreciation and grace and everything that mental, all your mental status will affect your physical status, not other way. Never. Don't ever say, hey, I need to build my house, I need to make money, and then I will be happy. Mm-mm. You will be miserable, rich dude. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
could be
I mean, people that are extremely wealthy are not extremely happy.
exactly, because it's true that money cannot make you happy.
Mm-mm.
Money can make you more comfortable, but the happiness, but everything comes from you, from inside. With when you say what you want, when you think what you want, and when you do what you want, all together in one alignment. And this way you're going with the sail, with the wind to your sail. If you think something different, you say something, then you say something behind their back and blah, blah, blah. You're going to teach your children. And that, you know what I mean? It's just an avalon of lie and lie and lie, and lie will get back to you, honey. It's going to bite you, and it's going to take your energy and shorten your life.
It will.
So that's why my brand, my name of my company, I don't know if you're going to ask me, but it's called Ultra Verity. And people don't know what's the verity. It's a Latin word, means truth. And now it's my life is devoted to be truthful to myself, truthful to what I want, and truthful to people. And if you don't like me, it's not my problem.
And that's the way we really should live our lives that way, right? Really should live our lives that way. I'm literally putting her site just so everybody can get a hold of her site on all of the platforms, guys. If you guys see me looking over to the side, I'm a one-woman production show over here. So I am literally posting and doing everything all at once on all across all platforms. Olga, before we kind of have to wrap things up because we're getting close to that time. And this has been fabulous, by the way. This is the first time I've had the honor of interviewing Olga and having Olga on one of my public platforms. And I'm looking forward to having her on quite a few because we have had just a fantastic time today. This has just been fabulous. I want to talk about that VIP gift that you have, which is the Me Time ceremony. The Me Time ceremony. So, can you go a little bit into the Me Time ceremony and tell us what you got?
Yes. This is $97 value that I'm giving you for free. And this is 1 hour online creative experience. And it's designed for women only. It's women only. I'm sorry, men. You can go to my workshop, but this is for women. And you can send your wife or your partner, and she will be happy. What we do, we explore different modalities of creativity. We write poetry, we dance, we laugh, for you to see how creativity is actually ignites your mood and your intellect. And how the people who's living that 1 hour of self-discovery, they say, I'm lighter. I'm excited. I'm inspired to do something. You know what I mean? Because maybe I think that people think that if you want to do something creative, it takes years of development. No, you can just like that.
Absolutely.
And so I would love people to sign up. I have 3 dates to the end of this year. Only 3 dates. You need to choose the 3 dates only. Um, and that would be your gift from me.
I love that. I love that, guys. So I want you to go and, first of all, blackfridayfestival.com, sign up. General admission gets all the free gifts. $27 VIP ticket gets you all of the VIP gifts. We've dropped Olga's information in the chat. We'll probably drop that one more time. But we've dropped her information in the chat. You can find all of this on ultraverity.com, by the way. That, first of all, all of the, chat with her events are all on her website, ultraverity.com. So please take part in that. And on the events is where you're going to find her December 14th, that workshop I was telling you about. Listen, it is a small investment, but it is so worth it. It is so worth it, guys. You will come away. It's what, 3 hours, is it? Oh,
Uh,
God.
no, it's 90
Or
minutes.
90 minutes. Listen, I just doubled her time. It's only 90 minutes, but it
Yeah.
is a powerful, power packed, filled 90 minutes. And you're going to come away, even if you just come away, I'm going to do it again because I came away with one thing that I stopped in reheating my food. I'll just leave it there. But I stopped doing that and noticed how much better I felt and how much better the food tasted
Bravo.
when I wasn't heating it up and sucking all the life energy out of it.
Exactly. Exactly. And guys, especially people who already in a mature mindset and body, we cannot run our lives on the way how we did at 20s. We have to do reset and start to babysit our body and do something special for our body, not what your old habit likes. And when you're 20, you could drink Coke and it would be okay because you run like a crazy. But when you're 45, you drink a Coke, honey, it's going to take everything from you. You're going to.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I will tell you, because it's going to, if it's not increasing your frequency, your energy, it's taking from you.
Yeah.
You're sharing your own energies that you try to build with the wrong food, with the wrong clothes, with the wrong words.
Yes.
It's amazing.
It is. And I've learned just so much just in the short time that she and I have been working together and in concert. It's just been wonderful what I've learned from her, just that short 90 minutes. I'm going to go repeat it back. So I definitely want you guys to come join us there. Olga.
Yes, ma'am.
In parting, do you have anything else you would like to share with the folks today?
First of all, it's never too late to turn your life around and leave a legacy and be happy, allow you to be happy again. And get your walking shoes, get out of your PJ, and go explore the world before too late.
I love that. Thank you, Miss Olga. I have enjoyed this. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
Very much. And I'm sure we will chat again. We will do another podcast very soon together.
That sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right. Take care now. Thank you so much. We are, wow, guys, we've had an amazing time already today. I love doing this every year. I do this, I do on an annual basis, right? Whoa, and Gemini just came in to say hello to us. I do this on an annual basis. Every year I learn something new. Every year. And every year, even if I have been working with my guests, even if they're clients or they're not clients or new friends, I can tell you that we end up uncovering something that gives me, and I think gives you guys, a leg up and empowers you even more. I discover something new, and then we are able to really investigate that in a deep manner. And I love that journey that we all get to take together. And this year, I feel like it's even better than it ever has been before. Now, I want to stress something to you. Black Friday Festival. You know what? This is Kate. Okay, I love you, but you gotta say bye bye now. Okay. We'll bring Gemini back for when I'm talking, and we'll let her up here and she can hang out. Go to blackfridayfestival.com. When you go to blackfridayfestival.com, you've been on this page already once or twice, but I'm going to show you one more time before we bring up our next guest. So when you go to blackfridayfestival.com, you are going to be able to, it's what's going to look like, gang, in case you don't know. You're going to be able to scroll down, and you're watching us on one of these platforms right now, but scroll down and you're going to join the BFF. You're going to be one of the Black Friday Festival, the BFF friends for this year. You're going to claim your free pass to get all access to all the free, wonderful opportunities and resources that our guests have put forward for you. It's a short form you need to fill out. And there you go, right? Short form, cool. You fill that out, you get access in the community. VIP access is $27. It's a very nominal fee for you to be able to gain access to even more resources and or meet with us. A lot of us have short, maybe 20 to 30 minute consultations so we can think about what the next steps for you look like, or just be able to kind of chit chat with you about what's going on in your life right now. So you'll want to do that, guys. Okay. You'll want to do that. The wonderful thing is all of this is going to get put together as a podcast. So you'll be able to access this later on. You'll be able to come back and access those VIP gifts. Okay. But you want to get a hold of this and get started working and on this and working on these different aspects of yourself now. Why? Because 2026 is literally around the corner. And I don't know about you, but 2025 has been enough. Okay. I mean, I've enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. But I usually wait till March to say, oh, it's the new year, because energetically that's true. But honey, I'm going to claim it a couple months early because I'm ready for 2026. I am ready. The lessons that we have learned in 2025 and all the things, honey, I'm ready for 2026 to come on board. And you want to take these resources and use them so you can be in a fantastic space for 2026. And that gives me the perfect segue to my next guest. So my next guest is Miss Ellen Marie Zappone, and I hope if I mispronounce it, she'll tell me. Anyway, Ellen she has over 40 years in corporate healthcare sales and consulting. She has navigated career success while exploring personal and spiritual growth. Her journey began with global travels and Up with People, shaping her belief in finding common ground across diverse perspectives. Ellen is a lifelong learner, and she studied communications at Boston College and at the University of Connecticut and trained with industry leaders like Landmark Education and Tony Robbins. Through her own experiences of burnout, career transitions, and personal reinvention, including losing 55 pounds and designing a life aligned with her dreams, she discovered the power of transformation. And I cannot wait for you to meet her now. She is the founder of EMZ Life Design. She is not just a life coach, honey. She is a life design coach, and you are going to find as much power and inspiration and be empowered by her as I have. I'm going to bring to the stage now Miss Ellen. How are you, Miss Ellen? How you doing? Can you hear me? You hear? Uh-oh. There you are.
Hi there.
Hi, how are
See me yet,
you?
though. Huh. There you are. Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Lucy, I'm home. Hello.
I can hear you.
Good. I'm glad we can hear you. We
Hi
can
there.
see
I've
you
got my
too.
little dog behind me too.
Awesome. Awesome. I'm so glad to have you here today. Thank you for taking time out of your busy time with family and the weekend to come and speak with us. I really, really do appreciate that.
It's great to be here.
So,
Yeah.
good. I'm gonna let it. It must be a little bit of a lag, so I'm gonna let myself speak, and then that way I won't talk over you.
Okay.
We are gonna talk about one of the things that I think a lot of us may have an opinion about, and that is New Year's resolutions. And the our topic today is going to be we're surrounding a New Year's resolution that works. Now, as someone yourself that had dedicated themselves and put in the work to lose the 55 pounds, to redesign her life, talk to us a little bit about how this Ellen got here. Or like, how did Ellen get to this place where she's taken charge of her life and designing it?
Yeah, thank you. So it's so great to be here and share with you my journey so that I can help other people on their journey. I'm in the second chapter of my career. As you said, I worked for 40 years. Hard to believe it because I'm not that old, but I just started young in corporate sales, healthcare, and consulting. And while I was in that for a number of years, raising a family, just very overwhelmed by life. There was a lot, coming at me with sales quotas and travel. I traveled often from Maine to Philadelphia as a manager. And I was very overwhelmed. And I did a lot of this inner work and decided that I really needed to regroup things, that I had let myself get overweight. I wasn't taking time to eat healthy and exercise. And I was just feeling the stress. And so I did a lot of work with coaches, with programs, journaling. I really had to go inside. As we all know, that's where all the answers are. And really, talk to myself about what I needed to do. I either had to get out of corporate or I had to find a way to be the person I wanted to be. And I decided to stay and really stay, working on my inner journey. And so that's why I'm really excited to be able to share with people now, because I feel like I've been there. I know that path. I had to create for myself some morning practices and evening practices and really connect in with my values, what was important to me, and then design a life from there. And I call it rhythm, not rules, because I had too many rules in corporate. It was like, do this, report here, be there on this time, get this report in. And I didn't want to do any more rules. So it was like, okay, find the part of me that wants to do these things. I wanted to be healthy. I wanted to feel more balanced. I wanted to have more time for myself and my friends and family and not just work so much. So taking me on this inner journey is something that has really been a practice of, the last 10 years, but then, starting with COVID, it really kicked in because I actually had time to be in one place and focus on that. So I developed a program for me first. And then now I'm happy that I'm not in corporate anymore and decided to, based on, my values and feeling a calling, if you will, to share this with other people. So that's what I'm doing now.
That is so powerful. And also, you studied through Coachville, right? Coachville. Like, you would tell us a little bit about why did you decide in the second chapter to go on and get that additional kind of the training and the certification as a life coach? The Coachville, for those that don't know, it is one of the ICF certified programs. So what brought you to that stage?
So I wasn't really somebody that was going to retire. And I mean, I love to travel, and I've got all kinds of planning travel trips going to New Zealand, Australia, and I'm living my life, but I still wanted to give back. And I love mentoring. I've done a lot of mentoring, especially for younger women. And I thought, it's really important for me that I've gone through this journey to share more and to be there for people who are in some of the places that I was in that challenge of feeling overwhelmed and just stressed by life so much. So I wanted to do that. And the reason I picked Coachville was because the program's very much about play and lightening up and finding that instead of clients, we call them players. It's a way to really see life a little bit more from a different perspective of not such hard work and struggle. Because I spent a lot of my life feeling like, I was an achiever. I'd get it done. But I really had to armor up, if you know what that is. I really had to push myself and drive myself to make it happen. And I really had to find this other way. So when I was looking for a coaching program, I thought, I need something completely different that I can lean into, that's more fun and playful. And we can get deep for sure, but it's not such hard work. It's more like just on a playful journey. And that's the programs I've created are more of a playful journey.
They definitely are. And I really enjoy that you don't make this you have to do this. When we first met each other, it's been almost a year. That's just like, wow, it just went by so fast. But when we first met each other, and I didn't know you quite yet, but then I quickly discovered that you're kind of, I call you playfully a rebel with a cause. Like, and one of the things I absolutely loved about Ellen when I first got to know her, or was getting to know her, was her philosophy on just kind of like waking up and being in tune with who you are and what's going on and what you need, rather than I must. And I want to start there because we're going to be talking about making resolutions, because it's that time of year, right? We're all thinking about, well, what am I going to do for 2026? And we have goals and we have this and we have that, but it feels so heavy. So talk to me a little bit about this practice of, I'm just going to wake up and figure it out. What's going on today?
Yeah. So I came from such structure, and I found myself rebelling against not wanting to have more structure. I studied with a coach for a couple of years, and I won't say their name. They're a very good coach, but it turns out it wasn't for me, because it was all about accountability and productivity. And I thought, I have enough of that in my life. If I didn't exercise, I had consequences that I created. But I still found myself saying, I don't want to live my life that way. I want to dig deep inside and find the place in me that really wants this change. That, I know it's in me, but it wasn't on top. So I started creating what I called morning spaces, mindful mornings. And I would give myself 5 minutes and literally do what I wanted to do, like tune in to, what do I want this morning? Do I want to just lie on the floor? Do I want to read something inspiring? Do I want to just stretch or get my cup of tea and just hold it and be peaceful and quiet for a few minutes? So I literally started really, really small. And now I've created a program called Rise and Restore, which are really about tuning into ourselves and aligning with that part of ourselves that knows what we crave. It's buried over because we have so many shoulds. Well, you should get to the gym. You should plan to eat less. You all do it. And so I created a way to say, what am I craving today? What is my mind craving, my body, my spirit craving? And I built all of my programs from that place. And it's really fun and playful and brings out the creativity for me in my day.
Yeah. Yeah. And when we can do that, as part of this kind of transformation process, and we all go through different transformations at different stages in our lives. And for me, years ago, I lost a lot of weight before my eldest granddaughter 11 years ago was born. And because I had lost my father at a very young age, at 66. I don't think he even made it to 66. I think it was 65. And so I did not want that to happen to me. I was I'm 57 now, so I was in my late 40s. Anyway, long story less long. What I found, the only way for me to keep the weight off was to not make it a must.
Yes, right.
And really dive deep into who I am and why I even had the weight or kept the weight on. We make I made a ton of excuses. Oh, I've had 3 kids. Oh,
Right.
blah, 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 blah. But
Yeah.
that's not necessarily the real reason why I was carrying around all that weight.
No.
So it wasn't until I began to discover that and then eased up off of myself long enough to be able, and I love how this has been the theme all day, right? Is discovering who you really are, and then giving yourself some grace, right? And then empowering yourself. So when we talk about and we think about how do we determine like what is going to be a resolution that works? What are some of the keys, do you think, Ellen, in actually making a life change that is going to actually stick?
Yeah, well, that's the key, is really connecting to what we really want deeper in our soul. I had to, first I'm going to answer this and then tell you what I want to tell you, but I had to find for me that armoring up, that it was making me strong. I thought it was making me stronger, that I would literally power through the day, was the reason I was bigger, because I thought it was helping me to have this extra weight and like power, which of course was not true, but that's what I thought psychically. I was like, I really need this protection to bulldoze. And I used to call myself the linebacker. To get through the day, I felt like a linebacker. And once I realized that I really didn't want to be that linebacker, that I was holding my body really tight and rigid, that when you block like that, you leave out the joy, then I could sort of ease up and do some techniques in those morning practices and decide that really there was a part of me, not because I should do my exercise, not because of any of that, but because there was a place in me. So what I started doing was journaling a lot. And I have different ways that I work with people journaling to get those thoughts on paper and to get them out. And then instead of what, everyone says you should meditate, that was also on my list. Every day I'm supposed to meditate. And I found I really liked visualizing, creating an intention for the day and visualizing my day, who I wanted to be, what I really wanted to connect to. And so, and then I started looking at what my values are, not from a moral standpoint, but what was really important to me. Like, what did I really care about? And I came up with a few key values. I kind of used Brene Brown's 100 values and then narrow it down to 2 or 3. But I found 2 or 3 that I call my superpowers, that I really tapped into, were like, this is who I am. And this is how I'm going to go through my day. Not because I should, not because someone else thinks I should, but it really felt very authentic. And then from that place, now with people, I do something called the life compass instead of resolutions. Also resignations. It feels like, okay, I'll just give up. The life compass takes you through 6 different areas of your life. And where do you want to focus on right now? Okay, because we want to do it all. I want a new life maybe, but maybe there's one small thing that I could do. So I work with people and we do a visualization and we go through looking at our life at this trajectory right now. If I stay right where I am, then how am I going to feel about, and you go through 6 different areas, my health. And then I have people name it too. It may not be health. It may be body. It may be fitness. It may be food. You give it your name of the 6 areas, and it's, finance, relationships, and it could be any relationship. And then it's personal and spiritual growth. So it could be, what's my purpose? Where's my, how can I give back and make a difference? And then I also do fun and adventure. Like maybe you're at a point like me where, when I wanted more fun and adventure in my life. So I made that a priority. So you pick one area to focus on and you look at where you are and maybe where you want to be. And it doesn't mean you want to be a 10. It doesn't mean with my body, I'm going to call it a 10, but I know that I could feel better. I'd like to be able to move more. So we come up with a really clear vision, and it's really small. It's micro. So that over the next 5 weeks, we just work on building that out, building out that vision, but we do it in a playful way. I'm very nautical. So we do it using a lot of nautical ideas, kind of on a little journey. And, we start with the life compass, which is nautical, and we go on the journey. And, I find that each week adding in some steps right down to some more navigable steps, as we call it, micro steps we're going to do to get there in the end. And by the end of the 6 weeks, people have a very clear vision and they feel very comfortable with they're already making progress. So
It is very powerful, guys. I can tell you, I myself, of course, I get to be in on the backstage of this whole thing, behind the scenes of her creating it, and then the workbook that goes along with it, and just the thought that she has put into this. The thought, the structure, the very intentional structure on intentionally creating a playful space and a creative space for you to grow. It is truly, it's so, it's like an easy recipe to follow that's so fun to make. It's like you're kind of taking your easy bake oven. I don't know how many of y'all had easy bake ovens, but we're taking our easy bake oven here and we're putting you just had to add water to those little cakes and you cooked it with a light bulb. It was, hey, whatever. They weren't the best, but we made it, right? And so it's very easy for us to go through that. Now you guys can register for that. Go to blackfridayfestival.com, choose the free. You can go on in there, and Ellen's free gift is to be able to register for this. And she's doing 2 more of them before the end of December. And then that's going to feed into the next thing that you guys will be doing, where you will be recharting your course. You see a theme here, guys? So the Life Compass is so important. Go there and register for that. And we'll talk about what her VIP gift is in a minute. But when we're choosing the one of the 6 areas of life, Ellen, and then what you do is that you take us on another journey. And where we're recharting the course and navigating through the change in one of these 6 areas. Talk to us about that whole, what does that look like, or what has that looked like for you? Because this is all from personal experience.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you said, I from my heaviest, I'm actually down 70 pounds, but I most recently, the last 10 years and then 5 years, so I just consistently am staying on this track, and mostly because I do it through intuitive eating. I just really ask myself what I need, and I know my basic nutrition. I should tell you too, I did a course with Mark David on the psychology of eating. And that really influenced my work with wellness, health and wellness, because it's really, again, that easy approach to being kinder to ourselves, to being gentler to ourselves. I mean, I just feel right now, maybe it's just me, but the world feels pretty harsh. There's so many things. We have so many obligations. Everything's coming at us so fast. So I really wanted a safe place to land. A fun, playful, but also, I want results, right? We want to get you to where you want to go, but we want to make it really a fun journey. So with the psychology of eating, that's how I learned that for me, to kind of like, how do I want to, really enjoy this way to lose weight and keep up with fitness? So like, for example, right now, I'm like, what do I really want to do to move my body? Do I want to play pickleball, or do I want, I just try fun things. That I'm not like, you have to get to the gym so many days a week. It's more like, again, what am I craving? What would feel really good to keep me moving and eating healthy? So that's how I work with people on their journey, is how can we make it a little more playful, make it more fun, but also, do you know about the Enneagram? Because I'm a 3, which is all about achieving results. So
I've heard of it, but I've never done it.
Yeah, I'm a total number 3 is an achiever. So that's just who I am. Like, you take the girl out of corporate, you can't take the corporate out. Like, I still want results. Like when people finish my course, I really want, and that's why I encourage people to do coaching with it. But if someone's stuck, I'm going to work with you to get over that hump, because I really want to see, even though it's a playful journey, I really want to see people get results. So it's that combination of really, tuning in, being gentle with ourselves, but also really being clear about what we want and creating a way to get there. And if there's something stopping us, like limiting beliefs, we talk about that. in our course and with coaching. Like, what's stopping you? What's getting in your way if you have a strong vision and you're still not achieving some of the results you want? So there's lots of techniques to work with to get there.
And that second part, what she was talking about, was recharting the course. So what the brilliance of what Ellen has put together and its simplicity of it all at the same time is we start out with looking at this kind of compass and deciding what direction we want to head in. Because unless you have a destination that you're just going in circles, right? There's no point in going on the trip if we don't have any destination at all. Now, how we get there, like Ellen's going, I'm so jolly going to New Zealand and to Australia. Like she has her destination, but I'm sure she's going to be open to the adventure, right? Mm-hmm. So we know how we're getting there, but all along the way, we're open to the adventure and how we're going to interact with it. So you choose this, and then, but we don't need to choose the whole thing. So if it's health, if family, if it's your relationships, if it's career, whatever it is, how to have fun. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of us, I don't think I really realized how to have fun until much later in life. I mean, I was too busy raising kids and having a career and doing this and doing that. I didn't know how to have fun.
That's right.
Anyway.
Find the joy.
Find the joy. I found my joy in everyone else, and never really realize until I was older what my own joy was. But that's beside the point. But you choose one area and then one thing in that area, and then we go on this journey, right? Which is going to start in January.
January 4th.
Time, guys. January 4th. We're going to rechart that course. And we're going to work together on and do it in a creative, fun way so that it doesn't die on the vine by January 5th. How many times have we said, oh, I'm going to diet. I've got to go to the gym. Like more people, that's when they make their money. The gyms make their money in January and February. Because everybody and their mother comes and signs up for a year or 2 years. And by February 1st, the gym, there's nobody there. Like you're free to roam around the gym again because nobody's there anymore. I found that out. I've been a gym member for a while, so I know now January and February is going to be, or at least January, it's going to be packed to the gills. Everyone's going to be like, I got to lose weight. And then next thing you know, February, we're back to normal. I can get my favorite treadmill. But this is a way that it actually can work. Right. I mean, like, how do you think, what is it really important to me for people to really grasp this concept of that it's okay to have fun with it? Right.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah. The only thing that I require for people to work with me, there's only one thing, and that's a growth mindset. It's someone who just wants to grow and learn. That's all. There's not a lot of shoulds. I mean, in my workbook, there's room for journaling, and I have like 18 different ways you can journal. It's like it's helpful to get your thoughts down somewhere, but I'm not going to tell you this is how you should do it. If you say you have resistance, I'm going to say, let's play with it. Let's find a way. Maybe you want to, talk into your phone, or maybe you want to have someone interview you. Like there's a way to get those thoughts, because we're trying to get to those unconscious thoughts that stop us. So there's lots of ways. You could do morning pages and just write 3 pages that don't even make sense when you first wake up in the morning, like Julia Cameron said. But, just playing with getting those unconscious thoughts down on paper is really helpful. And then doing visualizations, like what do you, and I do a lot of them, and we'll have them on my website, but it's like, where do we want to go? Where's the vision? Where are we headed? And my favorite saying is, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. It's like, you got to have a direction. We got to at least start out with a vision of where we want to go. And it can be a small vision. Like I said, I'm not looking to, it could be that I just want to move better. I just want to feel better in my clothes. So by the end, you'll write 6 lines of a very clear vision of something you really want. So it's very, very specific, but it's only what you want. It's no shoulds in it. And then we'll together go on this journey to find a way to get there, with all the different support that I have available for you.
Yeah. Absolutely. So let's dive into the growth mindset. Can we
Yeah.
dive into there a little bit?
Yeah.
Because those of us who are in entrepreneurial spaces for sure, but a lot of times, even with career coaching, executive coaching, you hear growth mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And for a lot of us, we would like associate that immediately with something in that kind of genre, that sector. But I love how you're expanding what is a growth mindset to you? What does that truly mean?
For me, it's curiosity. It's like, well, like this is where I want to go. I'm not quite sure what's stopping me, what gets in my way. I work with people that, may have a clutter issue, right? So instead of like, what's wrong with you, but, having judgment, because we have enough judgment, it's like, be curious about it. What do you think this is about? How can I get support? What's one thing I can do each day? It could be cleaning one drawer. What's one thing I can do? And that's growth for me. It's like, what's a way that I'm willing to push out of those barriers that are in front of us with being kind? Martha Beck has a saying, kind internal self-talk. I live by that because I think that we're, again, too harsh on ourselves. So it's like, how can you say that in a way that's kinder to yourself? Like this is a no judgment zone. So growth mindset is like, okay, I'm open to see what's out there in a very gentle way. Like not going to do a big resolution of what I'm definitely going to do this year, but I'm just curious, what is it I want to do with exercise or moving my body? Because you know what, that gets to the rebel that we spend so much time saying we're not going to do it. But what if there's a part of me that actually wants to do something? What would that be? Is there a little small voice somewhere that says, maybe I could walk around the block. Maybe what's a little movement I could do? Maybe I could do a few stretches and call it a day. I'll tell you a funny story. When I started this program, I didn't want to do exercise. I really didn't, even though at times in my life I'd done it, but I did not want to do exercise. So I literally signed up for yoga classes online, paid for them. It was a live class. It wasn't, online. It was like an instructor. And I would keep my camera off and I would do, restorative, like Shavasana, like lie on my back and breathe. Or maybe I would even do child's pose. The entire yoga class, the whole class. And I did that a lot. I really did a lot. And and I would think to myself, you really don't have to pay for this. Like, why are you doing this? But it somehow gave me permission to be like, okay, this is me time, right? Like, I'm not going to do what you tell me to do because I'm too rebellious. I'm not doing that. I am going to just breathe. And that's good. And I would say to myself, can you show up? The one thing I would say is I had to show up. And there's a saying in yoga, just show up on the mat. I like that. That's all I had to do, because I'm not big on have tos, if you haven't noticed. I guess I would say for a growth mindset, it's just showing up on the mat. It's just showing up really for yourself, not for me, because I think we have, if anyone has a little bit of rebel like me, we have so many shoulds of what we should do. It makes it really hard to know, what do I really want to do?
Well, listen, that's why I call you my little. I mean, you're just like, I aspire to be you when I grow up someday. Like, to be this rebellious. Because honestly, I look at a lot of the things that I may have or have not done very well at different times in my life. Like, I tell my kids, listen, I apologize for not being the best housekeeper when I was in my 20s and 30s. And they're like, well, Mom, whatever. You had 3 of us running around. It was a little crazy and chaotic. Right. I said, yeah. But look, can I tell you the real deal? They think it's hilarious. I was actually rebelling against my mother. And they're like, what?
No, I believe that. I totally believe that.
It was a complete rebellious, like it was mutiny on the balcony. Let me tell you, I was done because for years, not only, right, she's being a good mom. So, Mama, if you're listening, I love you. It's not that you weren't being a good mom.
Right.
But when and I listen, my lifestyle was very very old school. So I was the one that washed every dish. I have three younger brothers. Those boys did not touch dishwater until I left and went to college. Okay.
Yeah.
So I had to wash every dish. I was the main one that helped mom with all the laundry. We had, you woke up in the morning, you had chores you had to get done before you could do anything. You came home, there were chores. I was done. I was done cleaning up after other people. I was done cleaning, whatever.
I get that. Yeah, of
So I
course.
didn't want to be Susie homemaker. And the only reason I learned how to cook is because I had to feed these kids. So I knew they'd die if I didn't figure out something. We could live off of McDonald's. So, it was one of those things. But it took me realizing that later, right? I didn't realize that at first. It took me realizing it later. And it was unfortunate. But I mean, it was what it was. But do you find that that's part of like what happens in general? Like, do we just kind of rebel against some things from our childhood? Oh, did I lose her? Please hang on, gang. Oh,
There I am.
there you
There I
are.
am.
Yeah. What do you think about that whole rebellious from childhood bit?
You hear me?
I can
Okay.
hear you. Yes, ma'am.
I totally get that. I think that honest with herself, there is a part of us that are like, no, I don't want to do it. And I think to be in dialogue with that, that's what, to like, what is this about? Like, I know I don't want to have a dirty house, but there was something stopping you. We all have that, and it's like, I'm not a bad person. She's not a bad person. It's not about that. It's like, something's stopping me. There's a limiting belief somewhere, which is, I'm my own person. Like, I'm not going to do this because someone's telling me to do it. So for me, what gets us back to it is, what do I really want, though? What do I want? What am I craving? Because, you wanted a clean house. Maybe there was a solution of getting some help or whatever, but rebelliousness usually is, we just have to find the part of ourselves, even if it's a teeny tiny little voice that actually is, I want that.
I love
Just
that.
find that little teeny tiny voice somewhere. It's like, okay, maybe I'm not going to do everything the way my mom said, but if I want to find a way, what would that be? And play with that thought.
I love that. I love that. So as we are then moving forward, right? As someone now, your VIP gift, I want to be sure everybody knows this. The VIP gift is where they're going to get to meet with you for 30 minutes when you go again, guys, blackfridayfestival.com, and then you choose the VIP ticket, which is $27. Then you'll get access to be able to get on Ellen's calendar. And I want us to really, that's why I wanted to bring up growth mindset, because to me, we want to meet with people that want to grow.
Yeah.
Right. And in whatever area or multiple areas, it doesn't have to just be one, guys. So we don't have to be only focused on our career, because we're a whole person. We're more than our careers.
Right.
So when they meet with you for 30 minutes, like what are some of the things that you might want to be going over with them?
So if they've done the life, I'm going to encourage them to do the Life Compass, the free, which is part of the free version, beforehand. So they have an idea of something that they want to play with. Not even work with, but play with.
Perfect. So you'll want to meet with her after December the 7th, and we'll make sure that yeah, we're going to be doing that, which is awesome.
And then we'll talk about that. What's your vision? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think the internet's coming out a little bit. I don't know why. They're putting in fiber optics here, and that might be affecting things.
Oh, it could be. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. We're gonna keep going here. We're gonna keep it going. But so they're gonna take you. So they're gonna come to the Life Compass, and then after they do Life Compass, then meet with you. So December the 7th and December the 28th are the two. I'm gonna recommend that you guys register right away for that December the 7th. so that you
Yes.
can get in and meet with her before Christmas really sets in good here. And then we can talk, you guys can talk about what that next level is, right?
Yeah, we'll just say where do you want to go? Like what's your vision? We'll make it as very small and reasonable but powerful. If you did this one thing, how would it feel to start your year doing that? Like I said, it could be. I just worked with someone who did. Her relationship was herself, and it was how to set some boundaries. How to set some boundaries because she felt like people were taking advantage of her. So it was like, okay, so we brainstorm on what does that look like for you? What would a boundary look like? And how can you get some support for that? And so we kind of, did some prepping to help the course be more powerful, whether you do the course or not. You don't have to do the course with the offering, but, just really make it alive for you. Make this so that it's something you can take into your new year and feel really good about. And the other thing I want people to know is I do this too. I always pick, last time I did health, because I'm always on a health journey, to what did I want to do to, expand my health journey. And I did that and felt really good. I chose to not do alcohol for 30 days and, to just keep improving my health. And so I was doing that along with people that were picking their thing they wanted to work on. So that's really important for me. And I find the more I'm in this journey of curiosity and growth mindset, I just keep coming up with more fun things that I want to do for myself because I'm on the journey with them. So can I share with you my latest? You don't even know this yet.
Okay, guys, we're getting this one hot off the press. Ruh-roh.
I decided.
Okay, what you got for me next?
I decided to write a memoir. So I am writing a memoir, but not just a regular old memoir. I got inspired from my writing is like, what's something that really matters to me starting this new year? It's like legacy, right? I'm in my later years. So I'm one of 7 and I am enrolling. We've lost, but my other link to write books together. And I've done all the outline and creating a memoir that we're all gonna, create prompts and we're gonna do it. And it took me getting into what matters to me. So everybody had a memoir, but the point is, I'm very much on the journey. I don't do. So I'm on this journey of growth of like, what's next for me? And so if I'm doing that, I feel like I'm someone who can help coach other people say, how can you get in the game of life and not be on the sidelines? Don't be a spectator in life. Like, what does that look like for you to be in the game? I can't tell you what that is, but for me, what came up and I was like, oh no, I'm already busy enough. Now I'm writing a memoir, but I'm actually very excited about it.
That is exciting.
So my point of sharing that is that, I don't think you want to go to a coach or, someone running a workshop that's not in there with you, right? I feel very much like I am in this process. It's worked for me and continues to work for me. So you can hear it in me. I'm so excited to share it because I want people to get these kind of results. So I have fun doing it. I love it. My family are like, why are you doing this? And it's like, because I love it. It's my passion.
Yeah. Oh my God, I love that. I'm excited. I'm gonna want the first hot off the press. Like I need this in my life. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks. So I really do hope people will look at it instead of a New Year's resolution, like what's next for me? How can I play with something that will really make my life outstanding, or just a degree better, like where it is now to what's next.
Yeah.
And as you said, Lisa, we do this journey where we travel along to different coves on a boat, imaginary boat. And the first one is like Clarity Cove. So it's like we just pretend that we're going on this journey and it just makes it a little more playful. And Martha Beck has a saying that the more you can stay on your right side of the brain and creativity, the more, you learn information in a different way, because I can't make it work, right? It can't be work. It has to be fun and playful, but also get results. So I guess those are the two things, like fun and playful, but drive results.
Absolutely.
So I hope people, I hope people do the life compass and want to, explore what would be a next for them.
Listen, guys, if you haven't figured out yet how much you really enjoy Miss Ellen here, like she is a hoot and a half. She's so much fun. And again, I am huge. I think I said this earlier today with Ken, who had been in sales for 40 years as well. The wisdom, the amount of wisdom that we have had on this stage, this platform today. We've had we had Daily Grace, and Ellen, he turned 70 today. Today is his birthday.
I heard him, and people don't know I turned 70 in March. So I heard him and I'm like, this is great. All right, we're rocking the 70s.
I'm not sure how I'm attracting, but I am attracting this huge trove of wisdom. That's the only way I can say this. It's just this huge trove of wisdom, lived experience, and now wanting to share with the world and wanting to empower others. So we all are on the same journey. But I love it because it gives me this opportunity, just like it gives everybody else, to tap into knowledge, wisdom, grace, just, I don't know, an energy that I think that we tend to lose the more we, you know me, I love AI just probably more than I should. But there is that human connection that is being lost in this quest for technological advances.
Yes.
And I think that's what I'm enjoying the most about this time that we all get to spend together. And then why I really encourage people to come and spend this time, because that you are all about connection. If there's nothing else, you're all about connection.
Yeah, and I want to give people hope. I think sometimes, there's, like I said before, there's a lot coming at us. It can be difficult times, and there's hope, and real hope, authentic hope, not fake stuff, but like, where's some next steps I can take, and have someone both me and then in the group believe in people, right? Because it's hard to do it on our own.
Yeah,
it's really hard to know there's people cheering you on and saying, we're going to do this. We're going to take this journey. We're going to go forward. I have a neighbor that I helped literally clean her garage. She's like, she just, the clutter had gotten to her and she felt overwhelmed. And it's the same. I think clutter is just like weight. It weighs us down. It feels heavy. And so it's like, how can we lighten this up? Let's play with this. Let's do this. And I think having somebody believe in you and the team, of Rechart Your Course, everybody's like, Liz, you don't know her last name. But anyway, how can we support you, and how are you moving forward? And, it's all good. There's no judgment. So I guess that's the big thing for me, is I just want to show people hope, but also that they can drive results, because you don't have to not go for what you want at the same time.
Oh no. We have had, the internet has been acting up today for a lot of people. But I got the majority of that, I think, about we having someone that can support you through these changes.
Yeah. Be gentle with yourself, but go for what you want. Go for those dreams.
Absolutely.
But have some hope, because I think I'm thinking about people that might be watching this saying, well, easy for you to say, but it's like, no, I definitely had times when I didn't have hope, and you have to dig deep and rely on some other people that can see the, possibility in you. Right. I mean, that's why we want to do this, right? Is to really support people on their journey, wherever it is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I completely agree. Well, Miss Ellen, I know that you got some. We're gonna wrap this up a little bit early today. I want to be
Okay.
sure everyone goes though. First of all, to blackfridayfestival.com. Go do. I'm gonna keep saying it, you guys. So when you're watching the replay later on, and you're like, "Why is Lake keep saying?" Listen, I'm gonna keep saying it. Go there. That site's gonna be up. You guys might be watching this a week from now because we're gonna have this as a limited series podcast as well. Go there, be sure that you sign up for the emzlifecompass.com. So go there and sign up for the Life Compass. And then after the Life Compass, talk to Ellen for a little bit. But definitely for sure, we want you to go to Rechart Your Course, right? We want you to go to Rechart Your Course, and we want you to rechart your course. We want you to work with Ellen this coming January and we're not setting how can I put this? We're not setting the resolutions, right? We're actually choosing what we're rebelling against and going to have some fun with it instead in 2026. Let's rage against the machine a little bit and enjoy ourselves while we're doing it.
Creating a vision. We're creating a vision of where we want to go and then some steps to get there, but with ease and playfulness.
See, I'm the rebellious, like, wah! And see the gentle way for her to say that. We're going to create a vision.
There's lots of support, and I'm a stand for you to get it too. Like I'm not, I'm all about. I can't, because it's kind of interesting. Like I am all about gentleness, but I'm all about results. Like whatever you choose in a very small way, 100% that group is going to back you. So it's not like, my friend says, oh, like singing Kumbaya, and we kind of all sit around. It's like, no, actually not. It's going to be very much like, what is it you really want? Because we're going to support you in getting it. But it's also going to be micro steps in a way that's very easy to manage versus a resolution, which might be coming more from the shoulds of like, I should lose the weight. I should meditate. I should, get to the gym. All those shoulds that make us feel bad when we don't do it. And then, then you don't do it and then you feel bad. So you give up, So this is more like, okay, what do I really want? And go for that. And then look at what stops you. So it's almost like in reverse.
Absolutely. I love it.
But I really hope that people, whether you do this or not, I guess my wish for people listening is that they really do go for what they want in 26 and find the support to get it. So with kindness, gentleness, and playfulness.
Yes. Amen to that. Amen to that.
Yeah.
Ellen, thank you so much. This has been a pleasure. I can't wait for us to do it again. I've just thoroughly enjoyed this. Thank you so much for taking time out again of your day and just come in and chatting with us.
Thanks. It's been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. And I hope to be interacting with people, and I'll be watching more of this because I think it's fascinating hearing from all the different people. So thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you, dear. All right. We'll talk to you soon, Miss Ellen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys. Well, Ellen is our last guest of the day. And I'm sitting going, okay, Lisa, what are we going to do next? So technically, we're supposed to be going on for 2.5 more hours, but that is not going to happen. So guess what, guys? This is what I'm going to do today. I want to chat with you a little bit, just make sure everybody knows. Again, we all know where to go for blackfridayfestival.com, but I also want to kind of give you a heads up as to what we can expect tomorrow. Now, tomorrow morning, I'm going to start again, or afternoon here on the East Coast. I'm going to start again at noon. And then I'm going to go on and start talking to you guys a little bit about purpose, a little bit about process, and a whole lot about the implementation. So purpose, process, and I can't think of a P word for implementation yet, but I'm sure that I will, because we have to be in a position now, finally, where we are actually going to act upon everything that we've been building ourselves up to until this point. And what do I mean by that? There is this great awakening on this planet, and it's more than just, it's not necessarily a whole quote unquote spiritual awakening, although there is aspects of that, but we are all awakening to different things about ourselves, right? We're awakening to the fact that careers are different, that how we earn our money is differently, how that we're not going to find our purpose in, usually, sometimes some of us won't find our purpose in our career or in that corporate or even in that nonprofit. Sometimes we have to do it and find it ourselves, and we have to live in it ourselves. We cannot sit here and expect the external world to give us satisfaction. We have to get to a place, and I think a lot of us are getting to this place, where we're realizing that it is the internal self that gives us our satisfaction. It is the internal happiness. It is the internal joy. It is the internal peace. It is the internal growth that is what gives us our sense of purpose, our sense of power, our sense of the process through which that we grow and we become who we're meant to become. And so I've helped various amongst you all do this over the years, in different ways, some as a spiritual life coach, some as a coach to help you as a business strategist and whatnot, but all for everyone. My whole goal is to help you find that purpose and find that joy and find that peace, nothing missing, nothing broken. So tomorrow morning, we're going to talk about that. Maybe it's going to be, yeah, purpose, process, and peace. I like that. Purpose, process, and peace. That's what we're going to talk about first thing in the morning. And then we're going to have some more very, very special guests tomorrow. Tamara Robinson is going to be with us to talk about rest is the real flex, reclaiming your energy, pleasure, and power. Michelle Thompson will be with us tomorrow to discuss spousal ghosting and womb healing and the recovery after that. Sandra Green is going to be with us to talk about why your confidence, clarity, and competence influence whether you win in court. Snehi is going to be with us tomorrow to awaken the healer within. We'll have a little bit of a break, and then we're also going to have Dr. Asher Beckwith with us to discuss healing after trauma, like reclaiming your peace, healing after trauma. And then I'm probably going to wrap it up with a little bit more at the tail end. So you're going to get me at the front and at the end. I want you to be looking out for more information, we're going to get these edited and back up on to the platform, onto YouTube primarily. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't at least discuss what you guys know. Okay, y'all know that I always have at least something for Black Friday, right? And so what this year, what I'm doing is I am having a Black Friday special. And let me put this site in all over everywhere. We're going to put it over here. It's bfa.aicoachbuild.com, bfa.aicoachbuild.com. And what I'm doing, guys, is this is very special. Now, next year, I'm leaning all into what I'm already done it, but we are leaning into AI as far as helping us build our coaching, consulting, or online course businesses. I have at this point now finally taken this year to build out a system called AI Coach Build. I've done a couple of I've done a couple of boot camps with this where we kind of did the basics of it. But in 12 weeks, I have the system put together where you're going to be able to launch your professional coaching, consulting, or online course business within 12 weeks with AI supported strategy and implementation. We're actually building your business. Okay. Actually building your business. For this Black Friday, and all through Cyber Monday, we have 70% off. All right. What that, you can read about this, go to BFA. You can click the link that's there. But I want you to understand that what that means is next year, or it's going to be $3,500, $3,500 for this group coaching program. Your Black Friday access pass is $997. I'm also going to put in the AI Coach Build Bootcamp as a bonus. If you've already taken that AI Coach Build Bootcamp, reach out to me. We'll figure out what to do in a comparable way. If you're interested in some flexible options, I do have Afterpay available. I do have Affirm available. Let me know if you want access to that. We can get that option to you. And then we have, it is going to be a 2025 business tax deduction. So we have plenty of the people you've seen right now. This will take you to Shopify, and you'll be able to get financing that way. If you're interested in Afterpay, let me know. You can check out right here for Afterpay, clicking this. $997, over 70% off of a $3,500 12-week group program. Some people that have been here have already been in my group. They know full well, hey, this is a great deal. I tell you, I'm the proudest of this that I have been of anything that we've done, because this to me finally brings all of the technology and then all of just the intuitive and human knowledge and connection together in one space. So this is available. Please take advantage of it. And also, I'm giving the freebies I'm giving away are my launch clarity coach. So you'll be able to go through and figure out your niche and what's holding you back from launching. And then also my soulful specializations, a 2-hour workshop where, again, we kind of go through niche. It's not the full AI, but it is where it's going to go through and figure out your niche and your messaging and things like that. So this is all about building you guys, okay? All right, gang, we're going to get on out of here. It is 4:30. I'm going to let you all do what you do. Go grab some of those leftovers from yesterday. We will be back here at noon Eastern tomorrow. You might see me a little bit later on live here on YouTube. I wouldn't hold my breath, but we'll be back for sure tomorrow. Until next time, peace, love, blessings, and joy be unto you today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. I love you guys so much. Namaste. Bye, gang.